Islam, this is like Tajiri Bay, Moorish American Consulate, and Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Today is Saturday, Saturn Day, December 22nd, 2018, 1438 Moorish calendar. And we are beginning our lien class, Affidavit of Commercial Lien. Okay. Each person on the call is part and parcel of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. And we as a government are enforcing our rights to all land and all property at North America. Okay. Let's see if I can. Okay. Can you hear me?
Islam.
Okay, good. So let's begin with the lien process, and we'll get through it pretty quickly here. The lien that's up on the screen is also, there are different iterations of it on the Moorish National Republic Federal Government website and the Moorish American Consulate website. That's www.moorishamericanconsulate.org. So if anyone wants to pull those up, you can do that. Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the top, right here with this 2-cent stamp. Does anyone know what the 2-cent stamp means when we put it on our document? If you know what it means, unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. Okay.
Lucy Bay here. I have no idea what the 2-cent stamp means. Please explain.
Okay.
Thank you.
It means that we are making ourselves the Postmaster General. So we determine the routing of the document, not the post office, not the U.S. Postal Service.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My phone did a little, it did something. Will you tell me that one more time, please?
Okay. What it means, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. What it means is that we are making ourselves the Postmaster General. So we determine the routing of the document. And it also means that this document cannot be altered by anyone else. So we put the 2-cent stamp both here and on the very last page of the document. We put our red right thumbprint just to the right of the stamp, touching it just a little bit. Then we sign our Moorish American appellation across the stamp, and then we date it. And if you'll notice, this stamp and this document is dated for one of our war days, which is the 13th. They say that 13 is an unlucky number for them. It is an unlucky number for them, and a very lucky, and it's greater than luck where we're concerned. So
can you hear me?
that are the 13th of the month, the 11th of the month, the 22nd, the 18th, because 8 plus 1 equals 9, the 9th, those are all days that, and also the 27th, because 2 and 7 equals 9. So 9 and 13, and the number 3, and the number 1, and the number 6, those are our numbers. So 1, 3, 6, 9, and 13. According to our astrological heritage, those are our numbers. Okay? So this was done on September 13th. There were also quite a few of our liens, the major ones, that were done on September 11th. And on September 11th, the Moorish National Republic federal government, we abolished all global contracts that were connected to the United States Corporation Company and the United States Service Corporation. So when we did that, the IMF and the International Bank of the Bank of International Settlements, they all made announcements that, you know, we should not want to be autonomous and to operate without them. But with all the global contracts canceled, they have to do their contracts with us. We have to be competent to execute those contracts, and we are. So this is part of that competence, or the demonstration of that competence, the fact that we are able to competently take control of the assets that are on our land. Okay? And that's part of partially what this lien process is all about. And there are other processes, such as the national trust that's been created to cover all of our land. And that national trust has within it all of the natural resources that are on our land, the in-ground resources, above-ground resources, everything that belongs to us as heirs is placed in that trust. Okay, so there's protection for it there. So, are there any questions about that? Okay. Also, some people might wonder, and I've gone over this before, I'll go over it again quickly, why we do not fill out the UCC statement form that they have on the UCC website. We don't fill out their forms because of boxing laws that say that anything that's in a box does not exist. And also, when we have our signs and sigils on the top of our pages, on the top of our paperwork, the name of our government, the Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World, the true and de jure natural people, heirs of the land, that puts us in our own jurisdiction, okay? So it's important for us to stay within our own jurisdiction. So anything that you want to do with regard to the Service Corporation, if they have a form for it, take the form, fill it out. Don't fill it out. Do not fill their forms out. Do not sign their form. And this means when you're forced into those tribunals or anything, do not fill any of their stuff out. We always create an affidavit with our stuff at the top. Whatever nation you're with, which I don't know if there are any other nations represented here or presented here, but all Moorish nations use their own letterhead when we're addressing their forms, okay? So whatever the form is that you want them to do something, you take that form and attach it to your affidavit, and your affidavit will be signed, and your affidavit will have your thumbprint and the seal and stamps of your nation and your government to whom you have alleged, you've put your allegiance to, it will be, that will keep you in the correct jurisdiction, okay? And in fact, they don't really have a jurisdiction, but we have to keep reminding them. So we'll keep doing that with our own documents, okay? Now, are there any indigenous tribes here present that want to identify themselves? I know some of you don't want to identify yourselves at this time, and that's fine. But if there are, feel free to do so. We welcome you. Okay. Now, are there any questions about the UCC process to date for those who have filled out affidavits and for those who have already done the demonstrations? Do you have any questions about the process before we go into some of the particulars? Any questions about what you've done?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ruthie Bay here. I just wanted to ask a question. I started a process. There was a property that was being taken over, and one of our Moors needed some assistance in composing a letter to stop the process. It was just a church that had been in our community for years and years, and they were getting ready to take it over and establish some apartment buildings there. And so I did seek some assistance on that through Amir. I'm just wondering, should I have done an affidavit as well?
Yes. And again, we're still, the consuls that are working with us are still learning processes just like we all are. Everybody on this call declared Moor is in fact a consul, whether you've been given paperwork to say so or not, because we're all enforcers of the law, and that's what a consul does. So again, we don't ever fill out their forms. We create an affidavit. So you can take the form and you can put it side by side with your affidavit. And if they're asking for a name, then we don't give them a name. What do we give them? We give them.
We don't give them a name.
We give them an appellation.
Okay.
National Republic or a Moorish American appellation.
Yes,
So,
I was. Amir did confirm that, so we did something right, you know.
Yes, and always remember, if you don't get it perfectly correct, you really can't make any mistakes. As long as you're in your Moorish American proper person, then jurisdiction can be invoked at any time. So if you do something and it's not perfect, don't worry about it. Just study and then make the changes and then resend if you so desire to resend. But and when I say resend, I mean mail the document off again with the changes. You don't have to explain the changes. Just make them and send it. Because anytime you're in your proper person, any statements that you make, if they're not rebutted, line for line, precept for precept, then it stands as law. So no matter what affidavit you send, if they don't come back with an affidavit that's equally as strong, which they never will be able to do that, because they have the flags are just as strong as these. And if you don't have just as weight as these two, which there are none, those don't exist. They won't be able to rebut what they say.
Empress Light, I'm cutting out really bad. I'll check with the mirror. Perhaps he got more of it than I did.
Okay. Is it that am I fading in and out?
Yes, but that may be on my end, my phone, but right now, a lot of that I missed. But I'll
me also.
It is? Okay. Let me try something here. Okay. I am hearing some.
Is there any activity? I hear nothing.
Me either. Anybody there?
Ruth Bay is here, Oregon, Washington.
Can you hear me?
We can now. You were out for about 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so what I was saying was about the affidavit and the forms. When we
Looks like every time somebody chime in, we lose her. Are you still there?
Yeah, we lost you. If she can.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. Okay.
Every time someone chimes in, we lose you.
Yeah. I have to say that with what we're doing, and many of you who are active already know this, our technology does get messed with. They disconnect calls. They do all types of stuff to keep us from doing this work. But we're not moved by that in any way. We're going to keep trying. We're going to stick together and keep doing this. So.
Islam.
Islam. We're not going to stop because this is what we're mandated to do. So we're going to do it. So, again, if there's something that we want them to do, and they have a form for us to fill out, we don't fill out the form. We put the form side by side with an affidavit, and where they ask for information on the form, we give them that information, but it's in our language and in our jurisdiction. So when they say that they want a name, we don't give them a name. We put on our affidavit our appellation, and that we're impropriate personas de juris, and that we're a Moorish American national, Aboriginal and Indigenous, and all of that. So we identify ourselves the way that we really are in our proper person. And that's going to take the place of name. When they ask for an address, we give them our mailing location on our affidavit. So we don't fill out their forms. We create an affidavit that keeps us in our language and our jurisdiction. Okay? So there's nothing they can ask us on a form that we can't put in affidavit form. Okay? And then when we put it in affidavit form, if they don't rebut it, it might seem like they're ignoring it, but in reality, they can't rebut what we say because it stands as law, period. And in most cases, they won't even try. Only an ignorant colonizer would try and rebut what we say. We're finding out now that they are actually starting to acquiesce to what we say. Just by some simple act of going ahead and signing something or going ahead and filing something that we tell them to file using our affidavits, we're finding out that they're acquiescing a lot more easily than they used to. So, okay, and so, Ruth, with regard to your question,
Yes.
you've done a form in the past. If you want to take that same form and put it in affidavit form and resend it,
Actually,
send it out again.
Actually, I think we did very well. I did have the assistance of Amir. He did help us greatly. Me and another brother that I was trying to assist. They never sent us a form, but it was a letter that was posted in the community. The brother got the letter off the sign, brought it in, and we just responded to our request for them to not move any further with their decision to build apartments there. And the brother just indicated that he wanted the land. So they never sent us a form, so we're okay there for right now. But I'm expecting to hear from them because I'm assisting the brother with getting that property. Other than that, we use Articles 26, 1, 2, and 3 on that document. And Amir helped us greatly, in preparing it. So, and we identified his name at the top, his appellation, who he was, and all of that. So I think we're okay right now, but based on what you were saying, I know we did not do an affidavit, and I was wondering if we will have to do one, or should we do one, since we have sent, the brother did mail out the letter to them, to basically cease and desist any plans to utilize that property.
When he sent out the letter, was the letter on Moorish letterhead? Or
Actually,
did he say that he was a Moorish American national at all?
Yes, he did.
Then that
the letter.
Okay,
the letter basically had. I basically created a letterhead to him. It was to the right of the page. At the top, it gave his full name, an appellation, and it gave them his mailing address as well, which was basically a P.O. box, in Portland. So the letter basically consisted of, at the top, to notification to the principal is, how does that go?
Yeah, notice to agent is notice to principal.
Exactly.
And notice to principal, notice to agent. Okay.
Yes. And
All
it
of
has
that
to
is,
date.
if at any time there was a declaration made that he's a Moorish American national, that should stop everything.
Yes. That declaration was made very clearly in the letter.
You're good.
Okay, great.
Yep, you're good. So with the lien process, I would go ahead and place a lien on that property as well, and that will assist in stopping any transfer of funds where that property is concerned.
Okay.
So that anyone who has a claim on that property, the realtors, and I put that in quotes, the finance company, mortgage companies, and all that, the tax assessor, and you can find that information at the tax assessor's website for that address, lien all of them for something like $100 million or something like that, and that should stop the action.
Okay, so lien the realtor, the finance company,
everyone who is party to that transaction that they're trying to do. Anyone.
And the only way and I get that by going to the tax assessor's office?
You can get it by going to the tax assessor website and putting in the address, and it will tell you whose name is on the property, who is claiming to be the owner, and all of that.
Okay.
Okay. So anytime you're wanting to lien a property, look at the tax assessor's website for that county, and it will tell you who it is that's claiming that the property is theirs. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So the National Safe Harbor Program, which is at the top of the lien page. When you all have an opportunity, go ahead and look into the National Safe Harbor Program. All of the things that are quoted in the liens, look at them. Look them up, do the research on them, as well as the any of the UCCs, the subsections, any of the things that are quoted here. The research has been done on this end, but you need to know how to explain those codes. And the codes only have validity because the treaty and the Constitution are the basis for the claim. Okay? The only reason that the codes and statutes have any validity is because the claim is based on the treaty and the Constitution.
The National Safe Harbor Program is that our program, or is that their program, or?
Well, it's their program, but because it comes out of Washington, D.C., it is applicable where we have remedy where the corporations are concerned. So anything that you see with the word national, look closely at it, because at some point, either it was ours and it was hypothecated, or it's currently ours. National Safe Harbor Program is a program where we, the nationals, can file UCCs, written ones, in any office, in any UCC office, all across the land. We can file them, and they are obligated to take them.
So
and they are, in fact, international documents. So everyone is advised to send them to Washington, D.C., where these corporations are concerned, because that is, in fact, or was the place where the contract first emanated from, is Washington, D.C. Okay. Now, who is it that's being liened? Bill and Melinda Gates here in the example that's up here. It's Bill and Melinda Gates and heirs and assigns. And it's their foundation. This is the address of the home that they were claiming on our land. So we placed a lien on that property because it's actually on our land. It's on our land. So their property is on our, well, it's our property, but they have a claim to, that they're saying this is theirs. It's not theirs. It's ours. Same thing, we had to notify the city of Medina. They needed to, they're based in Bellevue, Washington, so we had to notify them. The key to all of our claims is notify, notify, notify. We must notify the colonizers that that property that they're claiming is not theirs. And when we do the notifications, we notify them, we notify the sheriff, we notify the policy enforcers for that area, we notify the policy enforcers for this, whatever area we're in, whatever territory we're in. So we notify everyone who might be called when we begin the possession process, which we've not begun the actual physical possession yet because there were some things we needed to put in place, such as the trust, the national trust. And then we had to have it so that the lands that we granted, the lands that we granted to the corporations in 1861 and 1864 with the Moorish Act, those lands were granted back to us. Now, we didn't need them to grant those lands back because we took them, because they breached the contract. But as it so happened, they did, in fact, grant the land back. Okay? So, District of Columbia Government Corporation, that is where all corporations emanate from, out of Washington, D.C. Okay? No matter what headquarters they say they have, if they say they're headquartered in Maine or Delaware or wherever, they're not. They're headquartered right in Washington, D.C. with the District of Columbia Government Corporation. So we notify them as well. And actually, this is the office that we file our liens in. There are 3 places that we send our liens. It's the Recorder of Deeds, it's the Mayor of D.C., and it's the Office of Tax and Revenue in D.C., Washington, D.C.
Can you repeat that?
Then, I'm sorry?
Will you repeat that one again, please?
Yes.
Recorder.
The Recorder of Deeds in Washington, D.C., which is this address here, 1101 4th Street, Southwest. That is where the Recorder of Deeds office is in Washington, D.C. But make sure when you're doing your liens that you sign on to that website and verify the address that you're putting on there. The mayor has since moved from this address. She has a different address, still in Washington, D.C., but it's on Pennsylvania Avenue. So she's moved back to where she should have been probably. And then the Office of Tax and Revenue, we send it there. Because again, we must place them on notice of what we're doing, because in reality, what's really happening today is that the mantle is being passed back to us, okay? And believe it or not, it's supposed to be a peaceful passing of the mantle of governing from the former trustee to the actual people, which is us, back to the Moors. So they call it a transition of power, but we were never powerless. They're saying that we're in the midst of a transition of power. For them, that might be what it looks like. Them talking about shutting down their government and all of this and that. They have to. They don't have a choice, because it's our turn. And we never stopped governing. They just usurped. So this is us retaking our rightful place now that the usurpation can go on no longer. And that starts with taking back our land. Our land, our property, the fixtures that are on the land, all of the above. Okay. From Moorish American Consulate, Moorish National Republic, federal government. And where you see, like Tajiri Bay and this care of, always put your information there. You are the Moorish National Republic federal government. So whoever it is that you're liening, they need to know that this lien is not just coming from Ruth or Brandy or, you know, Jaqueen. It's coming from them presenting the Moorish National Republic federal government. So you're not liening them by yourself. You have an entire government behind you.
So we always
put that.
Okay. We always use like Tajiri Bay and then put care of.
No, you put your name, your appellation goes there. Your appellation goes there. But you do always use Moorish National Republic federal government. Always use that. And then you put your appellation where mine is. You don't have to put mine on here, on your lien. Yours can go there. Because you have just as much authority as I do, or anyone else, to do the liens. And then everybody that's on this call, as you're teaching other people the lien process, you will also tell them the same thing, that as part and parcel of the Moorish National Republic federal government or any other Moorish government, because all Moorish governments have the authority to do this, you can put your appellation there and your mailing location. And it's just as valid and just as powerful as the entire Moorish National Republic federal government presenting themselves. So always put Moorish National Republic federal government on your paperwork, on your lien. Use the letterhead so that whatever action it is that you're doing, they know that you're doing it in a governmental capacity. In a governmental capacity. Okay? In the past, Moors have been doing these processes we've been doing these processes as individuals, but we don't have to do them as individuals anymore. Okay? Let me do a screen share and see if I can. It's saying I have to do a screen share. I don't trust Chrome at all.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Islam. I'm not seeing what I'm not able to see what you're doing and whatnot.
Okay.
So I just got a question. How do you put a lien on someone or something?
Okay. Do you have your computer near you? Or do you have it where you can go to the Moorish American Consulate.org?
MoorishAmericanConsulate.org.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that'll explain how to do it when I go there?
That's what we're doing now. But you'll see actual liens, including the one that I'm referring to here. You'll see that one on the just a second, on there as well. Are you on phone or are you calling by? Okay,
yes,
that's probably why you can't see. And I'm doing the screen share. Let me just. Just a second.
Empress Dwight, will this be available after you finish your presentation today? Can I go back and review all of this? Is it archived?
I'm recording this. I do need to know how it's coming across so that we'll know how the recording is going, so that when we send it out, we know that we're sending it out a good, clean recording of what's being said. So knowing that you all can see is also helpful. Are those who are signed in by computer, are you able to see me?
Islam.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, it helps. Yes, thank you. Shahrazad, I don't know what, we've gotten quite a few yeses who can see. It's better to be signed in by computer so that you can see the document versus calling in. So you can, in the emails that were sent out, there's a link. So if you click that link, the link is also on Facebook. Click the link and it will bring you to the video conferencing so you can see the document and what we're talking about. Also, if you're on by phone, you can always go to the Moorish American Consulate website and click on public notices, and then at section 5, which is in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, there's copies of liens there. Same type of liens that I'm explaining right now on how to do them. You can look at those liens. Those are actual liens that have been filed. And you can see exactly how to do them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so for the people that are logged in here, I'm putting the lien document up on the screen so you can see it. And it's on the screen behind me. Okay. Now, again, where it says Moorish National Republic Federal Government, each of you are part and parcel, there's protection in filing your liens with that on it, because that means you're not acting as one person. You have everybody who has filed a lien, everyone who's used this letterhead in those court venues, you have all of those people behind you. So there'll be no retribution for what you're doing. Okay. Now, as part of this filing process, the Code 28, subsection 9-521, Uniform Form of Written Financing Statement. And this code is what makes our affidavits valid. And it doesn't make them valid because they're valid anyway, but they must accept our written affidavits because of that. And because they come from us, because we're the government and they're not. Okay?
So that's code 28, subsection 9, and section what?
9-521. 9-521. 28, subsection 9-521. And that's for the Washington, D.C. codes. And in reality, the Washington, D.C. codes are valid in all of the other states. So we hold them accountable by that.
Thank you.
Okay. Wayne, can you hear me? I see your comment. Thank you for that. And you might be muted. So *6 unmutes you. If you're calling in by phone, *6 unmutes you. If you're on computer and you want to speak, just click that microphone. There's a microphone here. Just click that microphone. And you should be able to speak, and we'll be able to hear you. Okay? So let's go through the codes. Brandy, there's no lien template on the website. Let me see. Actually, there is. There should be. There should be a template lien, a lien template on the website. If not, one can be emailed to you. So we can email one to you. Okay? Okay.
May I make that request right at this moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me just see who's on the call that can go ahead and start sending that.
Portland, Oregon, Vancouver, Washington.
Okay. Can you send me a text with that? And then
I will do that.
I'll email with your email address and what it is you want sent to you, and I'll send it. If there's anyone else who needs the lien template, it already has everything on it that you'll need, except for who you're liening and your information. So all you have to do is put in who you're liening, put in their information, and then it already has the collateral statement at the bottom. So you can fill in. There's like a couple of places to fill in the collateral statement, and the lien is ready to go. Okay? Those who need that lien template, send a text message to 334 That's 334, and I'll put it in the chat. It's area code, area code 334 294 9828. That's area code 334 334 294 9828. Okay. 334 294 9828. Okay. Now let's go through the codes. This is an initial Uniform Commercial Code fixture filing per DC official codes. Carlos Bay, I got your text. I'll get it to you. Thank you. Anyone else? If you want to shoot me a text real quick, I'll get the lien document to you, the template to you. Put your appellation also so that I know who I'm sending it to. And then I'll also lock your number into my phone. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Stanley, Noble Stanley, I have yours as well. Duana L. Merritt Bay, Empress, I have yours as well. Also, Empress Kanisha, I have yours as well. Empress Brandy, I have yours as well. Okay.
I'll be sending mine after the phone chat.
Okay.
It's Mikael Bay.
Okay. Islam Emperor.
Islam.
Okay. With our written financing statements, a filing office that accepts written records may not refuse, so they don't have a choice, to accept a written initial financing statement in this form and format, except for a reason set forth in 28 subsection 9-516B. Now, these are on all of our lien templates, So you don't have to worry about writing these down. When you get the lien template, this will already be on it. Okay? (28)9-516B is entitled, What Constitutes Filing? Effectiveness of filing. Except as otherwise provided in subsection B, communication of a record to a filing office and tender of the filing fee or acceptance of the record by the filing office constitutes filing. It's as simple as that. With written UCC forms, like our affidavits, once you send them, that is, and you track it, so that's why we send all of our liens registered mail or certified mail, and then we track them, and always print out the delivery, the delivery confirmation from the U.S. Postal Service or FedEx or UPS. Always keep the tracking delivery information in your records. So when you go and track it on their website, print that out, that it's been delivered, because that is what constitutes filing. And the filing date is the date that they received it. Any questions about that? Okay. Except as otherwise provided for in subsection B, if the local law of the district governs perfection of a security interest or agricultural lien, the office in which to file a financing statement to perfect the security interest or agricultural lien is the recorder of deeds, just like we had stated previously, and the mayor in all other cases. But we send ours to both these offices as well as the Office of Tax and Revenue. Those addresses are also on the lien template. So if you get when you get the lien template, you will be able to, that information will be available on the lien template. So that just proves that our methodologies are right. Okay? Now, let's say, for example, you lien a corporation and you say to them, you all have violated me. You've not done anything to cure the violation. And you file a lien. And you say in the lien, let's say, for example, you said that to them, they violated you, whatever. You file a lien, and then they say, okay, we are going to honor what you said. We did a little research, and we found out that you are who you say you are, and we're going to honor our commitment and our obligations to you. And that's starting to happen more and more often. So when that happens, we can send a termination statement to the UCC and have the lien lifted. So we can do. There's a particular corporation that I notified that they had an obligation to us as Moors all over North America. And as it turns out, they've been honoring that obligation. They're one of the first ones to do it, and they do it really, really quickly. They're based in Philadelphia. So they've known all along who we are. And it only took them like 3 days, 2 to 3 days, to honor their obligation without me having to lien them. I gave them notice of intent if they were not going to honor their obligation to us, but as it turns out, they did. Okay, Remy, I see your notes there. If you could type your question into the chat, we'll get to it. And let me see. Let me try and Divine McFarland, I have yours as well. Islam. Remy, let me see if I can unmute you. Let me just see.
Ruthie Bay here. I have a question, Empress Light. When you sent out that document and they honored it, did you tell them the amount of funds that you totally outlined? And do you have some type of format that I can follow with regard to making that request?
I called, and I posted about this on Facebook. It was Comcast. And I was calling them about my internet service. I told them that, because I had an account in the nom de guerre, and when I found out who I was and did a little research, I contacted them, called them on the phone, asked to speak to the president, and this has been in the last 2 months that I did this. And they said, well, send us an email. So I sent them an email, a couple of emails. Same thing I did with Waste Management. Waste Management has not honored their obligation to us, so I've had to lien them. But Comcast did honor their obligation right away. And what they did was just a minute, okay, this is what I want to do. The previous account that I had in the nom de guerre, they went ahead and let that account go to collections, and they sent someone here to pick up the equipment, and then the internet service went out for about 3 hours or something like that. And then I checked back, and it was back on, but the network was not a personal network. It was what I consider a national network. Xfinity opened their whole, because Xfinity is Comcast. They opened the regular, what they call unsecured channel network. So when I sign on, it's one that we don't have to pay for. And they say it's unsecured, but none of the rest of them are secured either. They just think they're secured, but they're not. So if you want to effectuate something like that, you first call them and put them on notice, and then you email them and put them on notice, and then you mail them something and put them on notice. I didn't have to mail them anything, because when the guy came by to pick up the equipment, I handed him a copy of the treaty, the Moorish American Consulate notice of existence, and then I told him he's been served. He took the documents, took his equipment, and left. The crazy thing is, with no equipment in here, the internet works. But that's why they call it wireless. So each of our demonstrations, we have to just start with picking up the phone and putting these corporations on notice. You start there, and don't be angry when you do it. Just do it, and then start there. And then if they say, it doesn't matter what they say, but send them an email with a copy of attachments such as the treaty, the Constitution, the Moorish American Consulate Notice of Existence, a copy of the Declaration of Trust, because it is the national trust for all Moors, and it takes the place of the KV trust. Okay? And when you send them those things, then you continue to speak with them. Tell them if they need more time to look at the law and see what their obligations are, then take a day or two and do that, and then get back to you. Okay?
So all the places that you listed for all the documents that we are to send them, is that online someplace? Or is it
no. It's not really online. When we are doing our demonstrations, we notify anyone who might have a stake or a claim anyone who might have a claim. So if you think that the policy enforcers might come and, something like that, we always want to put anybody who might show up, anybody who might say you can't do that, we put all of those people on notice before we do anything else. Put them all on notice. They all need to know that we're operating and demonstrating on our own land anyway.
So a copy of the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Trust, and
the Declaration of Trust,
and the treaty.
There's a certified copy of the treaty that we use, and the Moorish American Consulate Notice of Existence, so that they know that this is an international claim, because whenever you have a consulate involved, that means that you're dealing with people who are not U.S. corporation citizens. So it's an international deal. And because you are part and parcel of the government, it's the real government speaking to the corporations on our own land.
Will our copy of the treaty need to be certified? Do we need to?
You don't have to. No, it doesn't have to be certified. But the copy that we have, that we send by email to everybody, it has the signature, the stamp, and the seal of the Library of Congress, and it's on their letterhead.
So are we to send that copy?
I would consult you to do that.
Okay, I'll make that request through you.
Okay. And the reason we want to do that is because when they see one of their agents on the paperwork, then in their minds, it hits a valid switch for them. And that's what we want to do. Stay in our own jurisdiction and then hit that valid switch for them. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, duration and effectiveness of the financing statement. Effect of lapse financing statement. If a debtor is a transmitting utility, and all debtors are, and a filed initial financing statement so indicates, which all of ours do, and you'll see that as we get down into the document. It's not a long document, it's pretty short. The financing statement is effective until a termination statement is filed. And we're the ones who filed the termination statement when they do what they're supposed to do. Remy, I did not see a microphone next to your name, so I don't know why it's not allowing me to unmute you or anything like that. Okay. Let me see if I can see more. Okay. So with regard to debtors being transmitting utilities, the reason that the Moors must get away from Social Security numbers, nom de guerres, EIN numbers, TIN numbers, any of those numbers issued by the service corporation, we have to get away from those because those transmit debt. They don't transmit anything other than debt. That's what those numbers are for. That's why we don't use them and we don't have them. No socials, no EINs, no TINs, no W8 bins, none of that. Those are for transmitting debt. That allows them to lien your estate by denationalizing you. That is why they capitalize your name. All capital names are transmitting utilities for debt. That's why they have to use them when they force you into those venues. Okay? So we get away from those. We don't use them. And anybody that capitalizes our name, our appellation, that's an act of war. And they can be charged with war crimes for that. Because when any word in all caps is either a corporation, a dead person, or a U.S. vessel, and that's according to the U.S. Writing Style Manual that was used back in the 17 and 16 and 1500s to write the law.
You say a dead person or a what? Or U.S. what?
It's a corporation, which is a corpse, a dead person, or a U.S. vessel. And when I say U.S. vessel, that means they put you out at sea and they're saying you're lost out there.
Do you have any suggestions or recommendation as to how we are to terminate the, other than nationalizing, how do we terminate the Social Security numbers and the TIN numbers and the EIN numbers, and how
That's a great question. You lien them. And then you can also rescind all signatures to the Social Security Administration, the driver's license plate, because that's a debtor transmitting utility. Any documents like that, you can rescind your signature. Rescind meaning take back your signature. So you can just send them an affidavit saying, I'm a Moorish American national, and I rescind all signatures to this Social Security number. And when you give it back, they cannot transmit debt there.
They can't transmit debt. What about if they are paying out, like you worked and you paid into the system and you have a check coming? What about that? Are you also rescinding your, let's say, your income?
When you do that, if, for example, I'm a veteran of the Air Force. I used to be in the Air Force before I woke up. And so what I did not contact the VA and tell them that I rescind my signature. I just liened my social and the nom de guerre. That put the social and the nom de guerre and any transmissions back into my trust. So you'll do it that way. And then that way the checks that they owe you will keep coming, but you control the numbers.
Okay,
So,
I will need to talk to you further on that one.
This process that we're doing right here is all you do with the lien, with the social. You just lien the social security number, and you lien the all caps name. I've done it.
You lien the social security number, okay.
So basically, anybody who wants to use that social or that name has to pay you.
That's right. And here's the thing. Whether you know they're using it or not, everything that they do has to go back into your trust. In other words, with my social, because it's mine now that I've liened it, and you'll see that a little further down in this document. When I liened it, I placed a $100 million lien on both the social and the all caps name in all of its forms. And when I did that, I'm the first party creditor. I'm the secured first party creditor where that transmitting utility is concerned. So anyone placing a lien on it has to get in line behind me, behind like Tajiri Bay. And when that $100 million is paid, then they can put their little debt on top of it. And that's not going to happen. So that's what we want to do. We each one of us has that authority. Okay.
Okay. Are you suggesting that 1 million, 100 million, or can it be more?
It can be more. You can put $1 trillion. Some people put a duodecillion, which is 39 zeros, a 1 and 39 zeros. You can put whatever you want. And then the way debt works is that, let's just say the light company turned off your lights and they're saying you owe them $250, okay? In order for them to actually take any action on that $250 and own that debt, they have to first pay off the first lien. Or else they can't do anything with that debt. It's like when someone places a lien on a mortgage and they call themselves liening your property. And then, you know, they'll put a $500 lien on the title, or the deed rather, to the home, so that when the home sells, they get paid too. Okay. When we lien our property, they have to pay us first because we're secured party creditors. That means nobody gets paid until we get paid. And when we, even if they had $100 million, it's got to be $100 million in gold-backed lawful currency, according to the Constitution. That's going to stop all actions where foreclosures and things like that are concerned. And we're getting to the point now where the ancestors are giving us all of the information we need in order to finish out and secure and perfect this process. Getting the trust, the national trust done was part of that. Okay? And you'll see why as we go down a little further. Thank you, Amir. Yes, please do that. Okay.
Thank you so much for that information.
You're welcome. Okay. Let's see. At A, name and phone of contact at filer. We're on page 2, the bottom of page 2. And for some, it will be the top of page 3 of any of the liens that are on the website. A says name and phone of contact at filer. That's optional information. Feel free to put your own, you can put Moorish National Republic Federal Government, or you can put Moorish American Consulate there. Either one of those. With B, email contact at filer. That's also optional, but we go ahead and put an email address there. So you can put your email address there.
Are you recommending using or establishing a email address in our appellation name? Because mine's, currently, is I'm relatively new, so
you can leave it in whatever name you have it in.
You can? Okay.
You can. Mm-hmm. Your email address is not a commercial instrument, so you can leave it in that, whatever you have it in.
That is good information, Empress. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Send acknowledgement to, and you can leave it at Moorish American Consulate, Moorish National Republic, Federal Government, and this right here is here at the Moorish American Consulate West. So you can leave this up there if you want to, or if you want to be notified, you can put Moorish American Consulate, Moorish National Republic Federal Government, and your mailing location there, because you are part and parcel of the government. If you put Moorish American Consulate, make sure you have a MAC number, a Moorish American Consulate number. So anytime you give us your nationality documents, we assign a Moorish American Consulate number to those documents so that you have the backing of the Moorish American Consulate.
Now, I have a question with regard to the initial filing, which I filed as an L and have since filed as a B. So I have one MAC number under the L. How do I just get everything under the same number?
Everything is going to always remain under the same number. Under the same number. You can just let whoever assigned your MAC number, let them know that you have changed your name.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
All right.
According to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, we can change our names and our nationality as often as we like, because we're sovereign.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So we have that right. Okay. Number 1, debtor's name. In this case, Micah L., I have yours as well, so I'll send you that information as well. Debtor's name, in this case, in all capital letters, Bill Gates, in kill brackets. Kill brackets basically put that name, that debt, it's a debt, it's a transmitting utility for debt, and it's also a war name. So it's almost like we're playing a video game on paper. When we put those nom de guerres and those war names in kill brackets, that means that we've taken out another instrument that's warring against the American people.
So those are the brackets that are like square. They're not the round parentheses type brackets. Okay.
Absolutely. We're boxing in that name, and when we do that, it doesn't exist anymore. they call them kill brackets. They call them kill brackets, and that's why it looks like a box, because according to boxing laws and according to the laws of quantum grammar, anything that's put in there doesn't exist anymore, and that's what we want, okay? So we put it in there, and then we put heirs and assigns. So we get anybody who they might transfer the property to them to avoid the lien, we get them too when we put the heirs and assigns. So anybody they might assign it to, whether it's a DBA, an AKA, you know, a daughter, a son, whomever, they have a tendency to do that. They'll change names, file bankruptcy, and all of that. This takes care of all that.
So you say heirs, excuse me, and sons? What
and
about assigns?
Assigns. Assigns.
Okay.
Assigns.
Heirs and
ASSIGNS. So whoever they might assign the property to.
Did I hear you also say sons?
No.
Okay.
I said heirs and assigns, like assignment.
Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, got it.
And then, okay, that's his name. And then at 1A, organization's name, the organization is Bill and Melinda Gates, and heirs and assigns, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all agents and assigns. So these are all included as debtors in this lien. They do owe us because Microsoft could not have done anything without using our resources and our land. No one would have paid any attention to them had they not come from here. That's why people come here from all over the earth to do business, because the rest of the earth does not recognize businesses that don't come from here. It's a lot tougher, okay, to get into whatever it is they're trying to get into, whatever market they're trying to get into. Okay, let me, Wayne, I don't know if I'm unmuting you, but I'm going to unmute everybody because some people mute voluntarily, and it's okay for them to mute voluntarily, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute everybody. And okay.
Okay.
Let's see who else. Wayne, when I get to you, if you hear something say unmute it, you can go ahead and talk. I unmuted everybody initially.
As long as some people
muted themselves. Is that you, Wayne?
Yes, I'm in my car. I'm traveling in my car.
Okay. I can hear you. Go ahead.
I heard it.
Fantastic. Well, you actually answered my question that I had in terms earlier that I was trying to reach out to you. I guess you might have realized I was trying to reach out to you or something. Maybe you're busy or something. But yes, you answered my question, so that's fantastic. And I've been having trouble reaching you through the video tonight. I unfortunately had to leave the house, and I'm traveling. But I'm just speaking through my phone. But yes, I can hear you now, and you can hear me. Fantastic.
Okay. Great. And then
those who have things going on, go ahead and mute yourselves until you have a question. Okay?
Got a major echo.
I can hear you too.
You're echoing.
I am?
Okay.
Hang on just a second. How about now? Am I echoing still?
Still echoing.
Okay.
It's dude's car radio.
Okay. Let me just see. Is that better?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me find the noise.
Hello?
Somebody just said hello.
Let me find the noise and I'll...
It's the brother in the car causing the echo.
Okay. Let me see if I can find...
You need to turn this radio down or something.
Okay. Wayne, can you turn your radio down in the car?
Or else
let's see, maybe if I mute it, and then you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm my phone is muted, so I don't keep all that noise. Yeah, so I'm going back on mute.
Okay. Is that better? Not really.
Not really. Are you still hearing something?
Still echoing.
Okay. Hold on. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
That's better.
Okay. Good. Okay. Okay, and if you have noise in your background, go ahead and mute. If you know that you're having noise in the background, go ahead and mute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If I mute myself, it's asking me to remove myself from the queue. Do I want to remove myself from the queue?
You can if you want to, whatever makes you feel better about being there.
As long as
you
I
can
don't
remove yourself.
Am I just disconnecting from the group, or I'm not disconnected from the group, right?
No, you're not. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we want you to stay with the group. Okay. Now, additional names, initials that are part of the name of this debtor suffix. There's nothing there at 1B. 1C, property address. This 1835 73rd Avenue Northeast, that is the address of the residence that Bill Gates was claiming. Okay? It's filed. In Medina, Washington, 98039, country U.S. in all capital letters. That's the name of the corporation that has this paperwork that he's saying that his property is in the corporate state of Medina, Washington. And we say his property is in our jurisdiction on our land. Debtor number 2 is Microsoft Corporation in all capital letters. 2A Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am hearing a little bit of static in the background. I want to be sure that everyone knows how to mute themselves if there are, say, children in the background or something like that going on, so that everyone knows. Okay.
You got one of those?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm trying to find the noise. Okay. There's somebody typing. I'm trying to find the noise. Hang on just a second. That's it right there. Okay. All right. Found it. Natalie, are you, Natalie, Alicia, I did mute you. Thank you. That is where the noise was coming from. If you all are signed in by computer, you should be able to see okay. All right. Let's see. Debtor number 2. And at debtor number 2, on this lien, it's Microsoft. They're the debtor number 2. That's the additional corporation that we are liening. Mailing address, 1 Microsoft Way. City, state, postal code, and country, Redmond, Washington Corporation. Those are in all capital letters because that's a corporation too. 98052 U.S. That's a corporation. So again, every part of our lien where there's debtors, it's just a bunch of corporations. The city is a corporation. The state is a corporation. The zip code is a corporation. The U.S. is a corporation. The name of this corporation is a corporation. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corporations just in the address alone. Okay? 5 corporations in the address alone. 5 that we're dealing with here. Okay? Now, part 3, secured first-party creditor, that's us, always us. Okay? Secured first-party, National Republic Federal Government, which is not in all caps. It's just the first letter is capitalized and the rest of it is uncapitalized, because this is not a war instrument. It's not a war name. This is a peace name. It's peaceful. Okay? And then provide only one secured party, 3A or 3B. I didn't put anything in 3A. 3B, like Tajiri Bay. And I changed, and again, right here on a regular written UCC, it would have name. We don't have names. We have Moorish American appellations. See, that's the kind of stuff that when we're addressing their documents, we have to know to change that. If anytime you see the word name, scratch it out and put Moorish American appellation, and then put your information. All of that is on our affidavits and writs. Okay? Never a name. Always a Moorish American appellation. Always. Okay? No, Ansel Bay, you're not placed in timeout. I was just trying to find, there was some noise going on. I was trying to find out. I don't put people in timeout, Ansel Bay. Here, let me just make sure. Our technology is always getting messed with here, so don't take anything personally. If it's muted or something, just unmute yourself as soon as you can. I can hear you and I can see. Okay? At some point, let's see. Someone said they had a question. Who had a question? Let me just see if I can find it. May I? You asked to be muted, so I muted you. Let's see. Can you all see at this point? Ansel, no one's placed in timeout. Everybody should be able to speak and should be able to see. I am seeing us on the, I am seeing everybody. I can see the names and whether they're by phone or by camera. Ansel, you should be able to speak.
Hello.
Brandy, can you go ahead and speak?
Oh.
Ansel, I can see you.
Yeah, but can you hear me? I don't have a.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I don't have a button to mute myself or anything. It's only a question button.
Yeah, I don't know why that is, because usually everyone has a mute button where they can mute themselves. I don't know what that is.
So you did to set up the presentation. Because when I entered the presentation, it said question and answer Q&A session. That's the reason.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Let me take it off of there. Okay. Okay, that was why then. That's good. And so that was why. So can everyone see? And for those who want to speak, can you see? Yes. I can see everybody, and I can see the noise levels and everything that we're used to seeing.
Ridiculous. I'm probably too. You came out here to be.
Okay. I can hear you. There are some people who have muted themselves, because I believe I unmuted everybody. Ismita L? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Islam is Darbe.
Okay, go ahead. You have a question?
On the liens itself, when you put a lien, and I know that it's upon receipt, but they're still in operations, right? And so, like on a home, if you lien a home and it's vacant, so before they can transfer any property or anything like that, are they going to have to settle? Is that how that works?
The way it works is, and this is what we're seeing just from doing the, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The research and the lab work and the actual liens that we have filed have been working this way. When we file the lien, from the time the lien is received in Washington, D.C., it's taking about 90 days for everything to grind to a halt, basically, where that property is concerned. So, for example, we liened the Service Corporation on August 3rd, which is my solar return. Hold on for a minute. I'm hearing a lot of noise.
Okay.
Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can mute the noise. Just a second. Okay.
Is Mr. L like needs to mute theirs?
Yes, I just did. So I'm unmuting everyone. Go ahead and unmute yourself, everyone who does not have noise in the background. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. Okay. Okay, I muted everyone so that I can answer the question. Renula, I believe there's some noise, some feedback coming from yours. I'm not sure if it's you or not, but it seems like every time I unmute, the feedback happens again. So let me just try it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Just a. So, can everyone see and hear now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. And what was the last question? Okay, we'll go on and then come back to that question whenever you can think of what the last question was. Moorish American Appellation, like Tajiri. Again, that's why we use our own forms and things, because we want them to know for sure that it's coming from us, and that they have to do exactly what we say, because we're operating in our own jurisdiction, and we cannot be violated. Now, with regard to the time frame, the 90 days that we were just talking about, like from the time that we file the lien, we're seeing that within 90 days, it's taking 90 days for the liens to take effect and to actually begin to shut down the operation. So on August 3rd of 2018, we placed the lien on the United States Service Corporation. And when we did that, a couple of weeks after that, we started hearing this one senator in particular saying, you all have to nationalize the corporation, okay? Because we took the head and leaned the head in the name of all Moors. So shortly after that, Elizabeth Warren began saying on the news, well, they have to, you know, all U.S. corporations have to be nationalized. Well, you know, they're not going to war against us on our land and us sanction them to do that. So we're taking our time with that. And we're not going to nationalize the corporations. We've already nationalized our natural resources. But it took 90 days because she knew that once we filed that lien and it was received by the office and we have proof that it was received, that they put the lien in effect. And even a couple of weeks after that, we heard from yet another, one of those sovereign citizen people, one of the head sovereign citizen people, talking about, oh my gosh, you know, the heirs are finally alive and they've placed an agricultural lien. And when that agricultural lien got placed, all of the states were rolled up into this agricultural lien, which is what happened when we placed our lien on the Service Corporation. But again, there's so many steps in getting them to stop doing what they're doing. I always tell people, we're trying to stop a runaway train on our land. These people have been operating for so long where mortgages are concerned, where banks are concerned, where realtors are concerned, and real estate companies are concerned. So to answer your question, I would give it about 90 days, which is why we have to be proactive in what we're doing. It's taking 90 days now, but now that the system is being set up in our favor, it's eventually not going to take so long. But they've not seen this much lien activity since the 1700s. So when you place the lien on a property and you're looking to claim that property, just place the lien, notify everybody, and then the 90 days, that's how long it takes the lien to mature, is 90 days. So it will be 90 days before you see any action. And here's the thing. Even if they sell the property to someone, which our land is unalienable and inalienable, even if they sell it and someone moves into it, your claim is still valid, and you can effectuate that claim. And once the 90 days has elapsed, it will start hitting their titles. Okay? Their titles will start to be affected by the lien.
I know, I saw that too.
Okay? And then from that point, we're going to, and we're in this position now where we have some liens that have already, I don't know why you can't see these. Okay. So from the 90 days, once that happens, then the lien, the title starts to be affected, and when the title is affected, then we send the lien to, we can send it to either the U.S. Marshal, we can send it to the Provost Marshal, we can send it to the Sheriff, we can send it to, and I would say send it to all of those and tell them that they have a constitutional obligation to enforce the lien. And we can send the lien to the Treasury as well and tell them that we're going to be enforcing this lien. You send it to the State Department. You can also send it to the Secretary of State and tell them that this lien is being enforced and that they need to do their they need to uphold their oath to the Constitution. Now, we're just now getting to that point where our liens are 90 days out. They're about 2 weeks over 90 days, our first lien. And so we're going to be effectuating this same process that we're advising, or not advising, but suggesting that you do, so that we can come back and report to you all on what we've done and how it turned out, so that we know how to proceed. Okay? And can everyone see me? Hopefully you can see.
I see.
Okay, good. All right. Now we're at the collateral statement. This is my favorite part of liens. I love the collateral statement because it tells them and it tells us. Okay, excellent, thank you. The collateral statement tells all parties involved who's who and what's what. It tells them who we are, it tells them who they are, it tells them what validates our claim, and it tells them what laws validate our claims, how we're able to do what we're able to do. We're able to lien the largest corporations on our land without fear because we have every right to do it. And they would not be that large. In fact, they would not exist if they hadn't used all of our resources to get themselves going on this land. These corporations went all around the earth telling people they're Americans when they knew they were not Americans. They're foreign citizens. And they went all the way around the earth saying, we're American, give us some money. We're American, use our business. They did that in our names. And the rest of the earth did it because they know who we are. Okay? Now, yes, they did it because of who we are. See, we've been taught that we're the worst of the worst and we're just a big problem. Well, we kind of are a problem when we're asleep. But when we're awake, we're the solution. And in fact, we never were the problem. We are the only solution. We're not looking for the keys to the universe. We are the keys to the universe. We know this already. But these kinds of activities, liens, this is how we know for sure that we are who we say we are. How is it that we can lien the largest corporation, one of the largest on the earth, from what we believe or what we think or what we see or what they've led us to believe as far as Microsoft is concerned? How is it that we can lien them and them not come and send the FBI and the CIA and all those people to kick in the door at the consulate? They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. And then we sent it and notified everybody that we did that, including these corporations. They know we've done this because we sent it to them too. Why? Because we have every right to do that with any corporation that's sitting on our land, and we can do it without fear. Again, we are the government, and there is no other government on this land except the Moorish governments of the nations, the different Moorish nations. I can call a few of their names, and it doesn't matter whether you agree with their principles or not. We all don't always agree, but as long as they're saying they're Moorish American nationals, they're a government. To include the amazing Sheikh Maxim government in Mecca, wonderful government. The USAR, they're a legitimate Moorish American government. Who else? There are many other nations. The Cherokee Nation of the Moors. Who else? There are just so many. There's so many I can't even name them all. But as long as they're Moors and tied to that treaty, and they don't incorporate, then they're a legitimate Moorish American government here on our land. And they're also party to all of this. because we do it in the name of all Moors. That way, any benefits, see, all Moors are beneficiaries, okay? And the reason that we can be as bold as we are with what we're doing is because we have every right to do it by national law, international law, universal law, natural law. We have rights to all of that, okay? This financing statement covers the following collateral. The collateral covered by this financing statement is the indebtedness of the debtor to the secured first-party creditor in the sum certain amount of $100 duodecillion in gold-backed lawful tender, and that is due for each parcel the debtor is occupying upon the land to which, like Tajiri Bey and all Moorish American nationals of the Moorish National Republic federal government, the Moorish American Consulate, and the Moorish Divine and National Movement of the world are heirs to, pursuant to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and the American Mandate for the Land, previously held in the United Nations Trusteeship System in Geneva, Switzerland, and the Constitution for the United States, 1791. Okay? Just one second. Okay. Are there any questions about that so far? Everyone's unmuted. That's why we mute everybody. Much noise going on in the background. Okay. Any questions
I
about that so far? Yes.
So I was evicted out of my place, and in order for me to get my place back or maybe to get another house, it would take 90 days. I would have to lien first. Is that the correct process? Or do I do the quick claim off the bat plus a commercial?
Okay. You will want to study these processes before you do them so that you know what the outcome will be. You are, it is my suggestion that first you study them, because we always say always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. So just because we're saying do these, you have to be able to overstand them, to effectuate them competently, and that's easy to do. Just follow the template. And then stand and understand and overstand and understand, stand on your square where what you submitted has, or sent, not submitted, but sent, has been effectuated. So we can write some of the most awesome writs and affidavits ever. And this goes for all of us. We each can write some awesome affidavits. But if we get into those venues, or the sheriff comes and says, well, hey, what is this you've done? And we're saying, well, you know, my name is, and then we say the Christian name, and we don't know how to, you know, and the sheriff starts asking questions, and we're talking about nom de guerre stuff and all of this. Meanwhile, we've sent these awesome writs and affidavits in propria persona to juris. Then what good are the writs if you can't stand on the information?
I believe
know the information before you. Yes, and I'm not saying just you. I'm talking about everybody in general.
Right.
Okay.
But I think what I just want to know, like, you know, do I have to do the commercial lien, you know, in order to get a property? Or
you don't have to. You don't have to. There are 1,000,001 ways to successfully possess a property. Okay. You can do a quitclaim deed, but you have to make sure all of the elements are there. A trust has to be in place, which all Moors have a trust in place. It's the national trust. And then you want to get your own personal trust in place before you do a quitclaim on a property, because that property has to go into trust as soon as you claim it, or else it stays instead of KV trust. So those are Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I don't have to do the commercial lien, but the commercial lien could be effective in other ways, like so the attorney that filed against me, I could do a commercial lien on them or something like that. It doesn't.
I can't hear you. Can you speak into your microphone?
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm going to take the earphones out.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. So I can. Well, I was just saying I could use a commercial lien either way. Right. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the commercial lien. I can use a quick claim deed for what I'm thinking about doing right now. So I understand having everything in place before I do it. But the reason why I question is because do all commercial liens take 90 days?
They're only taking 90 days now because this is because we're just now standing up in this manner, and we're just now effectuating them in this manner.
Okay.
And DC is getting so many commercial liens from us that it's taking them a while to get used to seeing them. So it has been taking 90 days, but the more of us that do them, the shorter the amount of time will be. Okay?
Absolutely.
That time will shorten. And that's the beauty of us moving as a unit. We are moving and effectuating and executing as the government. And with us doing that, they're getting used to seeing our paperwork and knowing that it takes priority over all other paperwork. And when they see ours come in, then they begin to put them into effect immediately. What they're doing now, and we're finding this out across all corporations. What they're doing is, like when I liened Waste Management for not doing their job here, they didn't do what I said in a month or a month and a half. But almost 2 months later, the other Moors out there were calling them and telling them who they are and stuff like that. So then when Moors started calling Waste Management saying, I'm a Moorish American national, then they had educated their customer service people to direct them to the department that handles that. So we had to give them time to set up a department that can address the Moorish American national accounts.
Okay.
Because really, it's, we all, once we give them notice of who we are, it's taking them a little while to reconstitute and get themselves together too, So it's working. That's why it's been taking 90 days.
Okay. After that, so I don't know how much activity is going on here in California, but I think once I start issuing liens, I think it's going to take a while out here as well. Because I don't think there's any activity out here.
There actually is. There is. There's actually quite a bit of activity. But their job, again, is to make us feel like there aren't that many of us that are operating. But we know that there are because we hear from them. And now that we are organizing ourselves and moving as a unit, we already know that there are plenty of us. Let me give you an example of how that works. When I first got onto Facebook and started talking about Moorish science a year and a half ago, my posts would get 300 and 400 likes, and it would be shared 500 and 600 times. Well, Facebook got wind of it, so they disconnected me from everyone. And all they did was change their algorithm. And now, whenever, like Chalet Morbey, you all may know who he is, that's actually my biological brother. In order for me to see what he posts, I actually have to search for his name, click on it, and then it will take me to his page.
Oh my goodness.
Whereas I'm supposed to actually be able to see his posts as soon as he puts them up. They're supposed to pop up in my timeline, but they don't.
Right.
So Islam, where I was thinking that today, because I see your post, I never see Sharon post things that I put at the top of my priorities, and they're never there. I have to physically search and look for you guys. to see what you
Yes.
post. And I thought I was
They
crazy.
disconnected us. You're not. Facebook disconnected us from everybody because they don't want this stuff to catch on, but, you know, it's too late. Too late.
Goodness.
When I first, even when I first at that same time started posting things about more science, I had, at the time I started out, I had like, I think I had like about 640 or 650 friends on my friend list. Within 2 weeks, I had 5,000 friends. Within 2 weeks of beginning to post things about our nationality and more science, I had 5,000 friends. From 600 to 5,000 in 2 weeks' time. And Facebook got wind of it, and they started disconnecting people immediately. And finally, they disconnected the people that they think are the cause of all of this stuff. We even got a video in our inboxes, and of course it was photoshopped or whatever, but it looked like it was from Mark Zuckerberg, and he was talking about foreign governments who are fighting democracy on you know, in the U.S., that kind of thing. So it was, you know, they've been changing algorithms and doing things like that, so we do have to search for one another. But so they want you to think that there aren't many people paying attention. When I post things now, I make it, some posts only get 30 or 40 likes, but the crazy thing about that is they didn't change the algorithm on my phone. And so when I do a post, I can look on Facebook and it will say 23 likes and 4 comments. But when I look at that same post on my phone, it will say 178 likes or something like that on the same post. So they want us to think that we're alone. You talking about California? There are so many Moors in California. I get calls from them all the time. And they're actually sending in liens and writs and affidavits and things like that and declaring their nationality all over Khalifa territory.
That is excellent. I do feel alone. I do. You know, that'd be great for me to meet some of them. I just get some.
I can barely hear you. Just speak into your microphone so I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Mm-hmm. That would be great if I was able to get acquainted with them, or just, you know, I don't know, just somehow not feel alone, because I feel alone right now.
Believe it or not, I felt the same way out here. I'm in Seattle, Washington territory, and for the first July of this year, I felt like I was the only Moor here until I found out that no, Sunel Shia University Moors are right down the street. And then here's the beauty of this is Taj made it very clear. Our Amir and our Consular General Taj Tariq Bey made it very clear that every time you go out your door and you see a face that looks like ours, that's a Moor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They may not know they're a Moor, but that's a Moor. And so our job now is to start hosting events and to start teaching. And if you're not a teacher and a host, because I'm not a host, but I hosted an event and a bunch of Moors showed up. I'm really happy about that. So the more of us, even if you get onto social media and just start stating who you are, you're a Moorish American national, inappropriate, because you want that on the public record, then the Moors that are in, and if there are any Moors in your area, just tell them you're in, you know, Los Angeles, California, Khalifa territory or whatever.
Okay.
Put that on social media. Make a statement and put that on social media and ask them, you know, any Moors that are in that territory, just give me a shout out or something. Okay. And you'll be surprised at how many. Go to the Moorish American Consulate pages. We have one for West, one for Northeast, one for Canaan Land, which is Canada. We have one for the Southeast and the UK. We have one for Central Amexa. Go to those pages and say, you know, if there are any Moors near whatever territory you're in, give me a shout out. Okay?
No, they changed. I'm sorry.
I wanted to add to that. This is Brother Brother Jakeem Bey. What I was going to say, what you can do is just like you see the word, like words like Moorish American, like you know how to hashtag those. When you hashtag any post or anything like that, that also brings people to your page.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay. That's great.
Absolutely.
And I tried Facebook blocked me from changing my name on my page. And so, I just kind of, I feel a little apprehensive about trying to post anything else on there, for fear that they would control my page like that. But, so
they let you do it every 60 days. They let you change your name every 60 days.
No, it's been a year. I happen to keep the emails that they sent me saying that I need to change my name back according to what my state ID is, because people who befriend me need to know who I am. So I was like, if they don't know who I am, they don't need to be my friend. But
Okay, when I went to have mine changed to Light Tajiri Bay, I just took a photo of the top of my name change documents with my flags and things showing at the top of my name change document, and they changed it like that.
Okay, wow. Okay.
So just take a photo of the very top of your name change documents showing that you're refuting the fraud.
Okay.
They'll change it.
Oh, I'll do that. That's funny. Okay, that's great information.
If it's like,
yeah.
When you're done, I have a question. This is Shruti Bay. With regard to the quit claim deed, I heard you indicate that there's a trust, put a trust in place, and I know there's the declaration of trust, and I know that there's the allodial trust. Are you suggesting getting another trust over and above those two, just a personal trust?
Nope.
Is that what I heard?
No. No. So the Moorish National Republic Federal Government Declaration of Trust covers all Moors. Okay? Islam Najm. And the quitclaim deed covers your property, which would be, for example, the Moorish American Consulate is on quitclaim deed. So, but do you need a personal trust? Yes, you do. We have a template for personal trust. And here's the thing.
The allodial trust?
That is the allodial personal trust for each Moor, because each Moor should list their own personal, like your conveyances need to be in trust, your properties need to be in trust, and then any properties that you issue a quitclaim deed for, or that you lien, or that you claim, those properties need to be placed in your trust. And then your trust is it's because you're a Moor, it's automatically covered by the national trust. The national trust is for all Moors. It covers all Moors. It's the Moorish National Republic Federal Government Trust. It is the national trust.
And that is the Declaration of Trust.
Absolutely. And any writs and affidavits that you send, you want to include that declaration, a copy of that Declaration of Trust.
Okay. Now, with regard to the quitclaim deed, let's say I found a property day before yesterday, and I do my Declaration of Trust, I do my allodial trust, and I can add to that. But the first thing I want to do is secure my property. Okay, so if I secure the property, what do I need to do in addition to doing a quitclaim deed?
Do a quitclaim deed. Make sure you have a personal trust in place, and in your personal trust, reference the national trust and say that your personal trust is also part and parcel of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government National Trust, and your property is protected under the national trust as well. And then you'll want to put that on the public record.
Okay, so if one does a quick claim deed, how long does it take for that to be effective?
It's effective immediately, but you want to put it on the public record. It's effective immediately as soon as you do it, but you want to put it on the public record. So, and the public record is anything like Facebook is the public record. The Recorder of Deeds office is the public record. You can even send your stuff to the Recorder of Deeds in Washington, D.C., and they're just going to put it on the public registry, the federal registry. So we've been having a hard time finding the documents that are on the federal registry because they hide them, but we're learning to find them. We're finding stuff now that's been put on the federal registry in the name of Moorish for a long time, actually.
So you can do it by Facebook and do it by the Recorder of Deeds with Washington, D.C., and another public record would be?
The Moorish American Consulate website.
Okay,
so you can send it to Sharon and tell her that you can send it to Empress Sharon Tracy Gelbay, and she will give it a document number, and that document number will then be sent to Empress Nura, and Empress Nura will upload it to the website so that it's on the public record with the Moorish American Consulate as well.
Okay, so yes, and there's no form letters or anything already designed around these instructions. The Recorder of Deeds, the Moorish American website, sent to Sharon Tracy Bay. And do you post this like in a newspaper or any local?
You can if you want to.
Any public local?
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. And when you do that, put it on, say, your Facebook page or your Twitter account that this public declaration, and you can put the link to it, or you could tell people where to find it in the newspaper, and then you can tell the newspaper where to find it on the Moorish American Consulate website. So you just do some mapping to where they can see the actual document.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all optional. Just put it somewhere where other people can see it and it's in a public forum, then you're covered. Okay?
Okay, and so that takes place immediately. So that means that after you do that quick claim deed, that you can move it to that property? Is that
again, and this is what I said at the beginning of the call. Notify, 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 notify. You're going to notify everybody, the policy enforcers in that area, the sheriff, the U.S. Marshals, the Provost Marshals, and then you give them time to talk on the phone with one another and say, hey, this Moorish American national has placed a lien on this property, or they have since possession paperwork where the treaty and the Moorish American Consulate notice of existence and all of that is concerned. They sent these documents in, they put them on the public record, and they're saying that in 60 days they're going to need us to show up at that property to assist them with physical possession of the property. So you want to be in contact with the sheriff and the U.S. Marshals in particular, because those were set up to assist us to take back what's ours.
Okay.
Okay? And then before you do anything like that, also you want to notify other Moors that are in your area to support you with it, and you also want to notify us too and just let us know, hey, this is what we're doing over here. Okay? And then give everybody time. So you would give, say, 30 days or 60 days notice, something like that, before, and that's when you want to take physical possession. Make sure that your trust is set up, your personal trust is set up, and that you can prove that property has been placed in there. And then with the declaration of trust, print out a copy of that because it's already been put on the record and accepted by them. We didn't need them to accept it, but they did anyway. and make sure you just notify. Because we're just now moving into the place where we're taking physical possession of property that we know is rightfully ours. And we want to do that safely, and we want to do it competently. And we want to do it notifying as many people as possible so that we have lots of witnesses to what's being done.
Okay.
Okay?
I have a question.
Sure.
This is Stanley.
Yes.
I have a car that it's I'm still paying for it, finance, right? So I have my trust, everything, and today I sent the declaration of trust to Canaan Land, right, to get posted. Okay, how do you think I can go about that, since I'm paying for the car through finance and whatever?
Okay. When you have done contracts in the nom de guerre, because that's a war name, it makes it a little bit more difficult. In other words, when we do things in nom de guerre, those people say to themselves, we own that because they did it using a war name.
Right.
So it makes it a little more, it takes a little more work in order to pull it out of the war name and put it into the trust that's rightfully yours and have the trust pay for it. And that's where we all are in terms of what we're doing with these liens and everything. The Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National Republic federal government is moving in the direction of making it so that we all can live off of the trust.
Right.
We're not quite there yet because we want to make sure everything is in place before we do that.
Right.
Okay. So
my
suggestion to you would be put the vehicle in trust. Notify. That's always going to be the consultation. Notify the loan company, notify the DMV, notify the place that issues license plates. Does the vehicle, the conveyance have Moorish plates on it, or does it have corporate plates on it?
Right now, corporate plates. I haven't done anything yet, so I'm just waiting. I'm just trying to do, I don't want to cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Very wise. Very wise. Do the study first before you make a move. Okay? So when you're talking about...
You say I can still put it into the trust.
You can put it in the trust.
Them, keep paying I use that word paying, right? But I understand, right? Keep giving them the fiat as normal.
Keep giving them the fiat.
Keep notifying, put it in the trust. For now. Okay.
Yes. And here's the beauty of that is when you do it that way, in a very short time, they're actually in the process of doing it now. They're flipping a switch where everybody who has declared who they are, at some point they're going to switch them over in their system to the national trust.
Right. Okay.
That's the way that whole national thing was set up. But what they did was they hypothecated it and they started giving the corporations our status. That's why corporations weren't paying taxes. They were able to do whatever they wanted to do. It's because we weren't doing it. But now that we're doing it, they're going to have to give us back our status. And so we're to move into that transition. And it is a transition. We're transitioning back into our rightful place. So you do want to do it where you put it in your trust, you notify them that it's in the trust, and just give them notice that that at some point they will make their decision, and they know they have to do it. They already know that they're going to have to stop accepting the fiat. Here's the Moorish problem. This should have been done, all this stuff that we're doing by moving all the natural resources into trust and all of that, this should have been done 100 years ago. the Moorish Science Temple of America is a great place. The buildings are great, but the people who have been in those positions have not been doing, there are some. This is not all of them. Not all of them, because some of them are great. Some of those are very effective. But overall, all of this stuff was supposed to be done 100 years ago, where we had a trust set up. We were never supposed to pay a single bill on our land, and that's where we're moving to now.
Right. I have one more question, if you may. I'm dealing with a. Well, I don't know if I should say it here, but I don't mind, right?
Yes.
I'm dealing with a child. I'm in the courts now, right? They took away my kids and stuff, and right now I'm not seeing them. It's been 2 months. They keep giving me a lot of runaround. I did administrative process to we call it here Family Responsibility Office, right? I send them an affidavit. So I treat them like a collection company, debt collection company, right? Because they garnish my pay, everything like that. They garnish my salary, everything.
Okay. When they do things like that, all we do is turn around and lien them back.
That's what I want, because they're in default now based on the affidavit that I sent to them. So
have you liened them?
Give them a notice of intent of lien now, and then maybe go ahead and do that lien, right?
Well, of course. Then don't wait. Do that right away.
Okay.
Yes, don't wait, because they're trafficking your children. Don't wait to do that.
All right.
We have to be proactive, and that's something that Grand Sheikh Tajiri Bey has been telling us, is that we have to be proactive. So before they have an opportunity, if they look like they want to traffic our children, we got to file a lien, we got to send them notice, we got to default them, place the lien, and then also go ahead and claim whatever property they're claiming. Put it in our trust. Tell them it's been put in the national trust as well as our personal trust, all of that. So those are some things that we should have. Okay, go ahead and lien them.
On them. I place lien on both the two beneficiaries, the two beneficiaries, plus my that strawman, my strawman. I place liens on three of them. Okay, place liens on the corporations that are trying to take trying to take your children. Right. Lien them and lien the agents by name. Right. I have one of them. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Get as many names as you can and lien them by name. Them, their heirs, and assigns. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So let's go.
Like Nora sent the national trust to me. She said to send that to all you bill collectors. Is that what that's for? That along with that along with a copy of the treaty, which is a certified copy of the treaty, the Moorish American Consulate notice of existence. Notice of existence. Yes. So, and then any other affidavits or writs that you have that will tell them that you are who you are and that they are to honor their obligation to you. And the notice of existence is located where? On the website? Yes. Okay.
Okay. Right. Yeah. In regards to what the gentleman was talking about in regards to his car, his transport, there's a video I'm going to put in the link that I think everyone should take a look at. Moore was sharing it a while ago. It's where it tells you the various different processes of like what we call it again when we post reversion of estate. Not necessarily. It's a declaration where you post it when we publish. Yeah, publishing, where you publish the automobile in reverting the ownership status with the certificate that the license board have at DMV, right? So where you can gain possession of the actual document.
The manufacturer's certificate of origin is what you're referring to.
Yes.
We don't fill out any of their forms. We just send them an affidavit, and the form that tells them that they need to give us the manufacturer's certificate of origin, all of that you want to put in your trust.
Yes.
The manufacturer's certificate of origin comes from the Secretary of State. So when a person purchases a vehicle, a conveyance, they always send the manufacturer's certificate of origin to the Secretary of State, which gives him a stake in your. It makes the conveyance their property because they're holding title.
Yes.
And so you wanna have that title returned to you and placed in your trust.
Yeah, in that video, they have a process that you go through that you don't have to fill out any of their forms. You just do various different publishing, requesting that if the owner of the vehicle to declare it, and if they don't, then you automatically gain possession of it, right? I'll put the video in the link, and then everyone can view it, because I don't remember everything from it, you know.
Okay.
But I'll post it and share it.
Who did the video? Who's the video by?
I don't remember, but I'll take a look right now, and I'll tell you guys. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Because sometimes people put videos out there, and the information is good, but sometimes it can be from a sovereign citizen perspective, and we don't want to do the sovereign citizen stuff. We want to do sovereign national stuff. So we kind of make sure that we.
A part of it was from a sovereign citizen standing point, where you still have affiliation with the state per se, but you're trying to cover yourself, like doing affidavit of sovereignty and what have you, but you're still in the sovereign citizen status or sovereign status, but it's still helpful in when you look at the means in which they went about to gain possession of the manufacturer's certificate. Yeah, it was a relevant thing that we can also apply to what we do.
Absolutely. There's 1,000,001 ways we can do what we're doing.
Exactly. Islam.
1,000,001 ways that we can do it. 1,000,001, and I really mean that.
Empress Lai, that's with all that, just keeping in mind that there's a contract. The contract. So what we talked about earlier doesn't matter about the contract under the straw man name, right?
You can rescind the signature on the contract.
Right.
You can rescind the signature on.
And that doesn't affect they coming to take the car or anything, right?
They may violate, because to them it's their property until we prove that it's not their property.
Right. Okay.
And when you rescind the signature, and this is the real deal of this whole situation. If they come and take the property, which sometimes they do that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. If they come and take the property, and you have it on record that they took it because you said you're a Moorish American national, as this switch is flipping back in our favor over the next 5 months, they're going to have to compensate you for what they did. And that's where we're going with all of this, is that in a way they kind of sort of have a claim, but they don't have a claim because there was not full disclosure. They didn't tell us that we were Moorish American nationals. They just told us we have to use this name and this debtor transmitting utility. So, and that's another reason why we lien everything. Because they didn't do full disclosure. They're injuring our estate every time they do that. Even if we sign the contract, we're signing it in lowercase letters, but they do everything in capital letters, which is a war name. Right. So that's still not full disclosure.
They have a lien on it though. They sent me a lien.
Any loans or financing that they do is a lien. So we just lien back.
Right.
And you don't even have to notify them that the lien has been placed. You can put in the public record notice of intent to lien this corporation right here. The chances of them seeing that is slim to none. They're probably not going to see it, but it doesn't matter whether they see it or not. They're still acting fraudulently. Even though they supposedly gave you something, they're still acting fraudulently.
Yeah.
Still a fraud.
Islam. Can I add to that
Sure.
brothers and sisters, you all have to understand, L and Bay, these are titles of nobility.
Yes.
That anything you place in your appellation, you allodialize it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No matter what conveyance,
Absolutely.
no matter what property, whatever, you allodiate. Even turning certificate, what you get, because you don't get it, they never give you the option of giving the MSO. Since you're the only one with titles on the land, which are the highest titles in the land, you can turn a certificate of, what is it, the certificate of, you can turn a certificate into an allodial type.
Yes.
Wow. Is there anything document on that, like you can read up, like what title?
No. Listen, a lot of the processes that we're telling you about is stuff that's absolutely your right. There's no school that you can go to that's going to teach this except Moorish History and Heritage School, or what we're doing now by teaching one another these processes. So a lot of the processes are not written down, but we know to do them because those are the proper notification processes. Our notification processes don't change. So whatever you're trying to do, again, even when it comes to the manufacturer's certificate of origin, if you want a copy of that, so that or not a copy, but you get that actual certificate, then you send an affidavit to the Secretary of State telling them to give it to you. Or you can go to whoever you purchased the conveyance from and tell them to send you a copy. I went to Mercedes here and told them that I wanted a copy of the manufacturer's certificate of origin for my conveyance, and they said they were going to order it, but they never did. So I'm going to draw up one myself. I'm going to draw up a title to it.
Yeah, but the difference is, with you, were you paying, doing the finance at the time, or you had already?
It's an old vehicle. It's like from 2001.
Okay, so
it was
mine might be different
off.
in a sense because I went to ask for the certificate of origin already, and they say, look, I haven't paid for it yet.
Well,
that's
the thing is, again, the loan is fraud anyway, so you can make up a manufacturer's certificate of origin. And it actually would be a certificate of title.
Right.
And when we do that and we stamp and seal them and sign them and put our thumbprints, that authenticates everything we do.
Wow. Okay.
Islam, and also you have to remember the reason why the 13th Amendment had two sections, because they snatched 20 of them, which dealt with titles of nobility.
Right. So we basically put that back in and said, no, the Constitution in its organic form stays in place. That's up to us, not up to them. And the Constitution that they suspended is the corporate copy of the original. They don't have the authority to suspend the original because that's what's keeping them here. So.
Yeah. So what I will have to do is to find out who is the equivalent of the Secretary of State in Canada.
Right.
The Secretary of State, the equivalent to here. I'll have to find that out.
Yep. All right.
Islam.
Thanks. And again, remember, this didn't happen overnight. They didn't steal our estate overnight. They worked on it for years and years and years. We're actually moving at lightning speed, taking it back, to be honest with you. Lightning speed. But we do have to do the work. Because We can't be worth trillions and trillions of dollars in gold-backed lawful currency and not know how to keep it. So what we're doing now is becoming competent heirs so that we know how to keep the estate that we're getting. Okay? All right. So let's go ahead with the remainder of the collateral statement.
I'm trying to see.
100. Can you put it on can you mute yourself, whoever that is with the phone ringing?
You know that?
Let me see. Here, let me find out who that is.
It's gray, it looked like.
And also, folks, just a commonsensical thing.
In the watch later.
The very document that sanctions them to do business on this land.
Absolutely not.
So how does that make any sense for them to say that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Islam?
In other words, there's nothing they can say or do that that has any more authority than we have. Go ahead.
This is Brother Stanley Aristide L. Bay out of Brooklyn Territory. And I've actually just came from the dealership today. I've mailed an offer because that's the way the Wise book says to do it in reference to the trust. And the salesman, he was all right, but he said I should deal with the manager because it was a weekend and he doesn't work today. But my situation is a little bit more complicated because they took my conveyance and it wasn't registered to them, and I've been going to war with them over it. And I'm currently at the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, and they're doing all their nonsense and everything. But my whole thing is that I'm exposing whatever they do to me, I just publish it. And excellent. And what I wanted to do is that in between my battle, the dealership sent me an offer to purchase the vessel that's not in my possession. So I accepted the offer and I put it on the record, etc. But they're not budging in reference to giving me back my vessel. So I'm continuing to just go purchase another vessel. But they're telling me, oh, you got to register it and things of that nature. And my offer stated that I'm not going to register it to New York State. I already have a missing Audi, so if I purchase another Audi, I don't want nothing to do with them. But I have an issue in reference to my mail because they've been tampering with my mail because I'm on them. They didn't receive my offer, and also I've sent out some communications to you, and I picked that up at the post office yesterday. They came back, returned sender, no, this post doesn't exist, etc., etc. So I'm gonna send it right back out, and hopefully that updates you on what's going on in reference to anything you want to look up. But I need assistance because I study, but at the same time I can't do this alone, you know. And
you don't have to.
And that's the nature of everything. Like I've also posted online, and I seen that it said pending posts. So I got an issue with Facebook as well. So we all got the same issues. I ain't gonna blather about mine. But in reference to me proceeding, I'm gonna see if I can purchase another car this week under my trust or estate. And I definitely expressed that, you know, I want the manufacturer's certificate of origin and all that. And if I have an issue with them, I want to be able to proceed and lien, and I want to lien the NYPD, etc. as well. But I want to be able to not walk anymore because I own a car. I own a car.
You want to lien them before you even do business with them. You really want to lien them before you do business with them, and here's why. When for example, whenever I'm doing work for the nation and I'm going to go and approach a corporation of some kind, I lien them first so that they don't violate me while I'm there. So you want to lien them first. Like I did some lab work with one of the major banks where I didn't open an account or anything like that because I don't care about their fiat. But I asked them some questions and sent them some information just to see what they would say. And I knew what they would say, but I wanted to hear it from them. And before I sent them that, I liened them first for $100 million for each more at North America. And then I sent them what I sent them. And what they said back to me was, we can't do what you are telling us to do, and I knew they couldn't because I was telling them to open a foreign account using only gold and silver-backed lawful currency, and I knew they couldn't do that because we haven't nationalized them. And they said, but we haven't broken any laws by not doing what you say, so we want you to know that. We haven't broken any laws, so you can't say you can't get us in any trouble for what we told you.
Okay.
And we have that in writing from them.
Wow. I guess I would like to get some lien documents because I'm assuming that whatever writ you have is highly effective, and if I could edit it to my situation, that would be great. And then I'll go from there because I did get the 3 addresses that you have online, and I'll use that in reference to liening. Because I know they're not going to file it at the state office, even if you do it through a UCC and stuff like that, because they don't even want to file my DBA because of the way I filed it. I just
and we don't. And here's the thing: you need to make sure you do your study because we don't use DBAs. Make sure you do your study on that. See, the reason they're not doing certain things is because they know that, like, for example, the reason we don't do DBAs is because we're in our proper person. We're not doing business as anybody. We're presenting ourselves. We're not representing ourselves. We're presenting ourselves.
That is correct. That is correct.
And when you do a DBA, all you're doing is tying your free national name to their instrument, and you don't want to do that. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead with the rest of this collateral statement. So anytime we're doing things, just like I just got finished saying, we're not asking for fiat. We're commanding gold and silverback lawful tender because it's actually incompetent of us to say that we're Moorish American nationals and then ask them for money that's unconstitutional.
That's right.
It's incompetent. Now, the problem, and I started this sentence this before. The problem that the Moors have is that we have not brought the national currency, which is gold and silverback lawful tender. We've not brought that onto the land, and that's what we're working on right now. We have to give them permission to use lawful money on this land, and we have to tell them we're not using your fiat anymore. We're doing what the other nations of the earth have done, and we're starting to use gold and silverback lawful currency.
Right.
And that's the only problem we're having where any of these problems that you all have mentioned today with conveyances and foreclosures and claiming property and all of that. As long as we're using fiat, they're saying, well, I know that you're right about the treaty and stuff, but you're a Federal Reserve agent because you're using Federal Reserve notes, according to the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Article 16 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 says that Federal Reserve notes are for Federal Reserve agents and no other purpose. So every time we use them and every time we fill out one of their commercial documents, we're using Federal Reserve notes unless we state otherwise, which is what we do on these liens. We're not using their forms and documents. We're using our forms, and we're not asking for fiat. We're asking for gold and silver-backed lawful currency. That's the only thing that we have a right to ask for, because our ancestors told them they can't use anything else, and they did it anyway. So when we do our lien using gold and silver, and we say gold and silver-backed lawful currency is what you're going to give us, they actually have to stop using Federal Reserve notes, which is why the Service Corporation is talking about shutting all the way down now, because they can't get past the lien we filed unless they do this, lawful currency only. We're not accepting the Federal Reserve note that you put on a copy machine back there in the back.
Like, wouldn't the indigenous people aid in not having us in that position where we can't follow through with our liens based on the contradictions? Wouldn't the Rights to Indigenous Act, the clauses in there, support or fight in that area where they have to accommodate us because at present we don't have access to no fiat, no gold or silver based on the structure of society right now?
Okay, there's a USC code that says that they're supposed to change Federal Reserve notes, or I'm sorry, U.S. notes. We're supposed to be able to take the U.S. dollar to the Treasury and exchange it for lawful money. That's what they have in the USC codes. What they don't have in the USC codes is what we've been using. We've been using Federal Reserve debt notes. And Federal Reserve debt notes cannot be turned into the Treasury and made into gold and silver-backed lawful currency. So they pulled another fast one on us. So we're not contradicting anything. They are. They're the ones who lied and told people that they told the rest of the world that they're going to use money certificates that can be exchanged for gold and silver-backed lawful currency or gold and silver from the Treasury. And then they switched all that around. They overlaid the Treasury. They switched it from U.S. dollars and U.S. notes and U.S. certificates of gold and silver-backed lawful currency. They switched it to Federal Reserve debt notes. And when they did that, then all bets are off with what they promised us. So they're the ones contradicting, and we're the ones who are putting them back in alignment with the Constitution. So again, the sacrifice that we have to make is we have to get through this short period of time right here between the transition of power, what they call the transition of power. That's why the Federal, now that we're standing up, the Federal Reserve is shut down. They're closed. They can't print any more money. The printers have been confiscated. And we have to actually stand up and say, okay, we've gotten everything in order. The trust is in place. The people have agreed to move as a unit. That's what all of this is all about. And now that we've agreed to move as a unit, we can now say we are, in fact, governing on our own land, and you can bring the national currency forward and distribute it out. Wow. So that's where we are right now. It's a sacrifice because a lot of us are losing a lot of stuff. Some of us are having conveyances taken, but it's because of the Federal Reserve piece. That stuff was never supposed to be on this land for this long. Right. And then the temple was put in place, and what did they do? They got compromised and bought out, and the prophet talked about that. And so they weren't able to do what we're having to sacrifice and do now. So the transition is easier if we give them the Federal Reserve notes, if we have them, and still put our nationality on their record, put all of the property in trust, notify everybody that the property is in trust, notify them that the property is ours, all of that, so that when that switch gets hit, because it's about to get hit, this is really, really close actually. These next 2 years is going to be really tough for people who depend on Federal Reserve notes. It's not going to be tough for us. All we have to do is secure our property like we're doing right now. Right. And once we secure it, that switch is going to be hit, And everybody who has declared their nationality on the record, they'll be able to hold on to their stuff, and everything else is going to be shaken loose. Everything else is going to be shaken loose. It's best to put your family in your trust under those non de jure property, because they're property anyway. They're slaves anyway. Put all of that stuff in your trust, and then put that trust on the public record so that you can point to it and say, hey, there it is on the public record, colonizer, so you can't touch those people and the property that's in that trust. So you don't have to put the trust on the public record. You do a declaration of trust and say that the declaration of trust is on the record. Hold for just one moment.
To that. Y'all, if any of you guys have ever heard about the Continental Congress who adjourned Sina D 1861.
Okay.
Look at it as the reverse of that. This is the Moorish coup d'etat.
Yes.
Say that again.
This is the reverse of the coup d'etat of 1861.
Speak up just a little louder, brother. So we can hear you.
Sorry. I say this is the reverse.
Hold on. Let the brother speak, Stanley. Hold on. Let the brother speak.
I was saying this is the reverse coup d'etat.
Believe that. Know that. Know that. Truth. Pure truth.
How do you lien? I came in the middle yesterday, and I don't remember. I don't know exactly, because you guys have been here a while. How do you lien? Do you go about going on the website where the liens and writs are, or do you have to, is there another, I mean, I don't know what a lien is, or how do you lien? I'm kind of lost. Hello?
Well, okay. Hello? Sister, you have to know what you're liening and who owns what you're liening, and add that property along with the CEO and board of directors of that said property or corporation, and then you'll send it to the mayor of Washington, the recorder of deeds in Washington, and also the tax revenue service in Washington, D.C., because all corporations emanate from Washington, D.C.
Yes.
The mayor of Washington and the tax recorder deeds?
And the office of tax revenue.
Yes. The recorder of deeds and the office of tax and revenue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Those three addresses are on the template for the liens.
Okay. Is that in section 4?
It would be on page 1 of the lien, but right now we're on page.
We're
on page 5.
Collateral statement.
Where is that located? Is what I'm saying, because I don't have what you have there.
It's on the website. It's at public notices and then section 5.
Oh, okay.
And it's like the second document down. So it's the same documents we were looking at yesterday, the lien document.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we are always asking for, okay, I got you, Carlos. Lawful tender, gold or silverback lawful tender. And this is for each parcel. So Microsoft has a whole huge campus, and then they have satellite offices everywhere, and they have, all types of stuff that Microsoft has and owns. They have a bunch of subsidiary companies and all of that. Well, for each parcel of land that they're occupying, they have to pay this. For each parcel. So needless to say, they'll never be out of debt where we're concerned. So all we really want them to do is go ahead and start following the Constitution and then give us what's rightfully ours. Okay? So, and that's for all Moorish American nationals of the Moorish National Republic federal government, the Consulate, the Divine and National Movement, because we're all heirs. And this is now for then. Nunc pro tunc means now for then. This true bill in commerce has been executed pursuant to the following uniform commercial codes that govern the private secured first-party creditors. Charges are also calculated pursuant to the fraud and other violations committed against the Moorish American national at North America, as well as indebtedness for debts engaged into before the said Constitution and for occupying the land of the Moors. The said treaty is attached, and then it describes the treaty. This is the one that is certified and signed and sealed by the Library of Congress. We encourage you to get copies of that if you don't have it already. Most of you already have it. If you got an email from me about the lien class, you have a copy of this because it's attached to each and every email that I send you. Charges are additionally calculated pursuant to all written affidavits that have been sent. That's why you're encouraged to send them notice of intent to lien if you want to do that, because we've already given all corporations at North America notice of intent to lien. So you can give them notice of intent to lien via affidavit, and any other affidavits and writs that you sent are validated further by the lien. That justifies this large number right here. That is why these numbers are why they've instituted the quantum banking, the quantum financial system, because we have so many zeros behind what we're talking about that they had to come up with a new banking system for us. That's a whole other story. We'll talk about that at a different time. Okay? Charges are additionally calculated on the writs filed by the Moorish American nationals where the debtors have caused injury to the estate of the secured first-party creditor at any and all times on the land pursuant to the treaty. Proof of service of each written affidavit is attached. Okay? Now, many of you are familiar with the writ, the International Writ of Removal. If you'll hold for just a moment, let me grab a copy of that because I want to show that to you. In case you've never filed a writ or affidavit or you don't have tracking information, we have tracking information that you can use on all of your writs. Okay, hold for just a moment. Let me grab that.
Is anybody in here from Michigan?
No, but I got family in Michigan. Yeah, this is Ruthie Day speaking.
Yeah, what part of
Michigan?
Like Detroit area.
I'm a little bit out. I'm more like in Union Pier or
who's that from Detroit?
Somebody. I'm not.
What's
your name? Huh?
Go ahead.
Mikhail Bay.
Mikhail. Oh, you know me and Shalabor were born in Detroit.
Islam.
Uh-huh.
Well, where you guys located now?
Well, I'm in Seattle, Washington territory, and he's Shalabor travels so much. He spends half his time in South Florida and the other half of the time in Atlanta, Georgia territory.
Okay.
And then sometimes he's here.
Yeah,
so
it's only like 2 Moors within 100-mile radius around here. I'm trying to.
That's not true. Every person you see who has brown skin is a Moor.
Especially Detroit. But it's hard trying to convince them. You know, and like the prophet said, we all must confess our own. But yeah, it's like I'm alone out here.
You're not actually. However, and I know it's hard to convince people of that. I felt the same way for a whole year, like I was by myself. But it wasn't until I extended myself out here that I found out that there were other Moors. And actually there were people who were interested in being Moors around here because they're getting a lot of the same information that we're getting, but they didn't know where to go. But when they found out that we were here, they started coming to the consulate here.
Right.
So
yeah, I've actually thought about relocating just to get around some.
Yeah, there's so many Moors there that need you. And again, like I was telling you all earlier, they have purposefully disconnected us so that we can connect ourselves. We have to connect ourselves. We have to come out of our shells, come together, and get to talking to one another, and make it so that we're, that we extend ourselves. On Facebook, if you're on social media, go to the Moorish American Consulate web pages so that you can, and just kind of put out there, hey, are there any Moors in Michigan territory?
I'm not on any social websites.
Okay, and that's okay too, because the more you're on these calls, there may not be anyone from that area on the call today, but on our Thursday calls, I know for sure there'll be someone.
All right. Yeah, and I was hoping that I can get put up to speed with all you guys know if I can get some templates,
Sure.
Sent to my email on everything.
Sure. If you are you able to type your email into the chat? Peter?
I'm on my phone. I sent it to the 334 number, the Michigan Moore.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Michigan Moore 7 at Gmail.
Okay. I'm going to put your email in the chat. And let me see if I can get the chat to open for me. I'm going to put it in there. And Amir, if you'll send him the information.
Yeah, me too. I just put my email in.
Okay, hold for just a moment. I have to figure out.
Moorish coup d'etat.
That's it. All day, every day for that. Yes.
To the king that spoke just now, like one thing I've learned in the past is that when we're dealing with our Moors, it's good not to try to convince anyone. Just continue work on you and build and perform, and then you'll see how people be receptive and ask questions about what it is you're doing.
It's right.
Yes.
And that's what I figured that out. Everybody's waiting to see what I'm going to do before they get on board.
Absolutely. He's absolutely right. Absolutely. He's absolutely right. No one would believe a thing I said if I hadn't already gone through this myself, which I have. I was kidnapped last year, and it's only through the things that I saw during the kidnapping that has me so convinced and knowing for sure that this is exactly what we should be doing. Never in my life have I seen judges with fear on their faces until then, until I was standing there declaring who I am. Okay? So free yourself first, and you won't have to convince anybody around you. They'll just know that it's the right thing to do because they'll see that you're free too. We always have to free ourselves first. Don't even try to convince them. Just free yourself first.
Oh yeah, I've given up on that. I just figured I'd just try to lead by example.
You be the beacon of light, my brother.
And could check the link I posted in the chat. It's the video I was talking about. I'll also put another one, the Affidavit of Sovereignty, that you guys could look at the video and see if it's anything that we could use from that to add to what Light and the Moorish Consulate is doing. It's very informative, and I suggest that each one of us take a look at it. Islam?
Okay, Islam. And to the person that put something in there about another Moor that's active in Detroit, whoever you put in here, make sure that their activity is lawful activity. So, because some of the people we're not familiar with, and so we want to make sure that when we put somebody in there, that it's somebody that we would do what they say and feel safe. Because some people are out there ready to do all types of crazy stuff, picking up guns and stuff, and we're not about no picking up guns and stuff. Our pens are mightier than the sword.
Freedom, and justice.
That's it, all day, every day, and it's working. That's the thing, it's working, and we want to keep it that way because we don't want anything happening to our Moors. When we could just do it the right way. Okay. Amir, I put a couple of other email addresses in there. If you could send those people the same information, the lien template, if you have it, Amir.
Islam.
Okay. Islam.
Could I get added to the list?
Sure.
I'm definitely declared. I've been declared since 2011. I'm gonna reprint the documents that's on the site because I don't want to go down to the county and get certified copies. So I'll just, reprint it and find 2 more as witnesses, and then I'll try to, send it over via U.S. mail. But I would definitely love to be added to the email list.
Okay. Okay.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah,
send your email and your name to, you can put it in the chat, and Amir will get it out of the chat.
I did. It's CynthiaDan@yahoo.com.
I'm currently on the phone, so I wouldn't be.
So if you could say your email address, whoever can hear him clearly, put his email address in the chat, please, so that Amir can pull it out of the chat. And
I'll state it now. It's tdonyc@gmail.com. Thank you.
Ansel, can you put that in there in the chat?
What's that, Empress?
Whoever heard his email, can you put it in the chat, please?
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
tdonyc@gmail.com.
Slow down, King. Say it slower. Start again.
Not a problem.
T as in Tom?
Yes. T as in Tom, D as in dog, TDO, O as in Oscar, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, Y as in yellow, C as in cat, at gmail.com.
It's in there. Sharif put it in there. Thank you, Sharif. Sharif put it in there.
I appreciate that.
Amir, I don't see the microphones next to your icons here, so I can't unmute you. Can you *6 it? Because I'm not seeing next to your name the microphones that we normally have. I turned it off of the session, but if you look on the screen, you'll see that the microphones are not there for me to unmute you. See, some people have the microphones. Here's yours, Amir, right here, but there's no microphone to mute or unmute. So I don't even know how that happened. It's not me that has you muted. I'm going to mute and then unmute everybody. Amir, can you talk now?
Hello, can you hear me?
See the microphone. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, you want me to send them copies of today's, what is it? Copies of today's.
Do you have a lien template?
I do have a lien template.
Okay.
Send them a copy of the lien template, also the certified copy of the treaty, the Moorish American Consulate notice of existence, and the declaration of trust.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And if you'll just get everybody that's in the chat, that would be great.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Okay. Let's.
I'm not in the chat. Don't forget about me.
Okay. We have yours. I put yours in the chat. Is this Michigan Moore 7?
Islam.
Yes, you're in there. Gotcha.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. That's a whole brother right there. Okay. Now let's finish up the collateral statement. So the treaty that Amir is sending those who are in the chat, and those all of us should have that copy of the treaty, this one that's mentioned here. And you want to send that and the notice of existence and the declaration of trust with each lien that you do. Now, the liens that I did not send a copy of the declaration of trust because we didn't have the declaration, the trust established yet. We have it established now, so I'm going to have to send that with copies of all the liens that I did. So yes, I do have to go back, make copies of everything, and send all of that to DC with copies of the trust, the declaration of trust document, so that they can move all of those properties into the trust for the Moorish National Republic federal government. So I do have to go back and do some work there. Just to be on the safe side, we've already put it, I don't necessarily have to do that, but I'm going to, because the declaration of trust is already on the public record. So I don't really have to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Islam. All right. So the treaty is here, and then our written affidavits also justify the charges. Proof of service of each written affidavit is attached. Now, if you've never sent a lien or a writ or anything in your life, you want to go to the Moorish American Consulate website and pull off this notice of intent to lien. It's an international notice of intent to lien. It's a writ of removal with commands, with arrest commands. Okay? And the reason you want to pull this off is because it has proof of service. It shows all of the tracking numbers and the dates that they received, all the de factos, all the governors. Here it is.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that today. Yeah.
Yes, it's got tracking numbers and proof that we've notified all de factos that we're here and that we're governing on our land. Donald Trump has received several of them. We have proof that he received them, and that's why they're shutting on down because we're up and running. We've notified everybody. The international community knows that we've notified everybody. This is all 50 governors, plus secretaries of state, Jeff Sessions, Mike Pompeo, all of them. This is proof that they've received from the Moorish National Republic federal government and the Moorish American Consulate that we're now governing on our land, and that's why you're seeing a lot of the upheaval that you're seeing. Oh, Canada is included in this also, Canaan land. We have proof that they were notified as well. It's right here.
Is that the Queen and all them? Is that
all of them? All of them. And we didn't have to send anything to London for her to be notified either, because she didn't send nothing to us when she brought her behind to Canada. So, so as long as we notify her agents there in Canada, she's on notice. Mm-hmm. Okay. So now, that is proof of service of writs and affidavits. Okay. Creditor's notice against the liable parties is the judgment. We don't have to go to any of their courts in order to effectuate and execute these documents.
Because we said it, that's the judgment. Because we're the creditor. The creditor can say, hey, debtor, you owe us, period. And because we have a valid contract, that's the judgment. Okay? Res judicata, stare decisis, that's all. Do your study on res judicata and stare decisis, because all of that is Supreme Court, from when the Supreme Court was valid back in the day. That's judgments that they made that are actually lawful and constitutional based. Okay. Right of the secured party creditor, we have 100% right there, and no other creditor has more priority than we do. There is no other creditor on the earth who can supersede us. Okay. Additionally, this claim is filed pursuant to common law claims, writ of plebeian, international commercial claims, aboriginal and imperial claims, which are antiquitous claims. Look those up so that you know what you're talking about here when you talk about the writ of plebeian and when you're talking about international commercial claims and common law claims. Look that up and do some study on that so that you know why we're saying that. Because, again, it places us first priority on top of everything and everyone else. Question?
You said stare decisis and what else to look up?
Res judicata.
Web judicata.
It's R-E-S. That's one word. And judicata is J-U-D-I-C-A-T-A. But that is, res judicata and stare decisis is Latin. Res judicata means the judgment has rested. That means it's rested and there's no change that's ever going to happen. Stare decisis means the decision stares you in the face and it will not change.
How do you spell that?
Stare decisis. Stare like S-T-A-R-E, like you're staring at something.
Okay.
Decisive. D-E-C-I-S-I-S.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's also on the lien template. Okay? Res judicata, stare decisis, rulings that have held throughout the ages, they won't change at all, ever. And the reason they won't change is because the treaty doesn't change and the Constitution doesn't change. That's what they're based on.
Okay.
This is a filing to encumber land, property, real estate, and all commercial transactions by debtor, which is all agents and principals, also pursuant to UCC 9-607. Okay? And anyone who wants to look that up, you can look it up. UCC 9-607 is collection and enforcement by secured party. So we are enforcing our right to collect and enforce the claim that we're making. UCC 9, subsection 203, attachment and enforceability of security interest, which means we've attached this lien to the property. And we're enforcing the security interest that this lien is. UCC 9-609, secured parties' right to take possession after default. That's the key right there. That's the winner out of these codes. UCC 9-609, secured parties' right to take possession after default, means that anything that we place in these liens, and we quote that right there, that means that based on all the treaty, the Constitution, and everything that's at the top of this lien, we're taking possession because you've defaulted on those contracts. Okay?
Do you give notice one time, or do you give notice 2 or 3 times with the lien?
It is advised, and we don't really give advice because we're not attorneys or anything like that.
Right.
We supersede them. We supersede it. We say always, again, do not always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding, and notify. So when you're doing these, the Spirit will oftentimes tell you, you know, and a lot of times when people say, I have a question, should I notify this and this and this and this? Well, usually if you have to ask, then you already know the answer is yes, but you don't know that you know the answer is yes. Mm-hmm. So you ask the question. And anytime people ask me questions like that, I always say yes, you need to do that. Because that means that the Spirit is prompting them to secure in that area. And so when you ask, should you notify 2 or 3 times, yes, you should. Okay. Because the Spirit is telling you to do that.
Right.
And each person, the Spirit will tell you something different. For some people, it will tell them you don't even have to notify them. Just do what you're supposed to do. And for other people, the Spirit will say, you know what, notify this person 3 times. And then you'll say, well, should I notify them 3 times? If you have to ask, the answer is yes. Because that's the Spirit prompting you. Okay? Now, once we've taken possession after default, all contracts with the United States Corporation Company are canceled effective September 11, 2018. That's when we put the final nail in the coffin. And shortly after September 11, 2018, Christine Lagarde, who is the IMF manager, quote unquote, of the International Monetary Fund, put out a statement saying, no, you all should not be trying to be autonomous and self-governed. You should still be under us because you all are not competent to self-govern. That's what she said. Mm-hmm. She said that to all the indigenous nations of the earth shortly after September 11th of this year. So we already know what that means. That means go harder, lean in, and definitely self-govern. Do the exact opposite of what she said. New contracts with the Moorish National Republic federal government for the debtors are as follows. And when it says for the debtors, this means Microsoft in particular. But you can put whatever stipulations on the new contract that you want to put on there, except the new stipulations must encompass all Moors. So like with the lien that I did for waste management, I told them that their new contract is this. All Moors at North America should have this same service where they bring us trash bins, they place the trash bins in the rear, in the backyard of our domicile, and they're supposed to empty them. I think it was twice a week I said empty them, because right now they only do it once a week. So I said twice a week empty them. If there's any trash outside of those bins, pick that up and take it with you as well. And I told them that once a month they're to rinse out the trash receptacle for us. And they're to do that for every Moor at North America who declares that that's who they are. So right now, they're trying to put themselves in a position to do that. Now, if I didn't know any better, I would think that they were not listening to me at all, because they didn't send me a letter telling me that they were putting together a whole department to deal with us. I found that out from another Moor who was demonstrating the same demonstration that I was doing, that I'm doing, and I'm still in that demonstration. I started that with waste management a little over 3 months ago. And now this is where our sacrifice comes in at. They have not picked up trash at this domicile, which doubles as the Moorish American Consulate, in 3 months.
Wow.
See, so what I'm telling you is not something that I'm not doing myself. However, the Spirit showed me through another Moor that I was telling this about. She said, well, back when I was little, we lived in a regular neighborhood too, and my parents just used to, waste management they didn't even come around in that area. They only did it in certain neighborhoods. And so what my parents did was all food, they took it and put it out in the backyard or out back into nature. They would burn all of the, the wood and hay and stubble, so to speak, all of the things that would burn, and then they would recycle the glass and the plastic. So I started doing that. And believe it or not, it's working out fabulously. Where I have 2 wood-burning fireplaces here, and so I put everything that will burn in them since it's cold anyway. I put it in there and burn it. And the longer I've been doing this, the more efficient I've become at it. And I'm not going to stop doing that until Waste Management finishes putting everything together so that they can do this the right way, because I'm not going to pay them. I'm not going to pay them. But again, like I was telling the brother earlier, if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to make that kind of a sacrifice, don't do it. Pay them the fiat, but put it on the record who you are, because we have to do that with everybody who's claiming that we're debtors. We have to tell them that, no, we're not debtors. You're the debtor. We're the creditor. So if you don't want to do that, because some people just don't want to do it. I mean, they have children. They don't want trash, because it took me about 2 weeks to get that process in place where I would burn the things that would burn and I would recycle the other things. It took me a while, about a couple of weeks to get that process in place. And while I was doing that, the trash was piling up a little bit at the back door. So then I had to work my way through it because I said this is going to be worth the effort. So now, in no uncertain terms, do they know that I am who I say I am. I'm not going to give them Federal Reserve notes, and I'm going to call them back real soon because I'm hearing that they set up a whole department to handle the national. So I'm going to call them back real soon and ask them how they're doing, how they're progressing with what they've been given and with what they've been told. And are they ready now to dialogue about how they're going to do this service that they're supposed to do in order to continue doing business on our land? Because they're in debt to us significantly. And Waste Management in particular, because they've been sending their trash to China in our names, and China took it because they said this is for the chosen people. We have to take this trash. So China's been taking it all these years. And now China's saying, well, U.S. Service Corporation, they're saying that you don't speak for them, so we're not going to take that anymore. So now Waste Management is having to figure out, okay, now what are we going to do? If they're asleep and they don't speak up, then we're going to have to stop service for everybody. So we're trying to tell them, okay, this is how you're going to take care of the situation that you're in. We already know that China's not taking it because you're not even giving them lawful money. That's why they're not taking it. You have to give them gold and silver-backed lawful currency and pay them to take that. You've been giving them fiat. So in order for them to get that, they have to do what we tell them to do. And we're going to be, and from this point forward, we will be issuing them credits in gold and silver-backed lawful currency via the trust. And they will take that and say, hey, China, we now have lawful currency because the American people, the real ones, the de jure ones, we got this from them. And it's backed by the estate. Okay? So now that then when they start giving China real money, China will start taking it again, and then they'll be able to rinse out our receptacles once a month. They'll do whatever we tell them to do because we're the only reason that they're able to do business outside of this country. And that's how this works with all corporations, all of them. If they're not honoring us, they're not going to get any help from the outside world. Outside world is tired of it because they know that the people that said that they were us are not us. And we're standing up now, so they just don't have to wait until we get all the way up. And now we got the trust set up. We already know what we have to do. So now we're going to start doing the lab work on how to live off of the trust that has been given to us via our ancestors. So I've made that sacrifice, and y'all don't have to make that sacrifice because I'm doing it. And there are a couple of other Moors that are doing it too because some Moors don't have the fiat for that. So they're actually forced to do it. And that's okay too because now they have a way to do it because we can pass on this information to them. Hey, start doing it this way. Take everything else to a recycle place and just leave it at the recycle place. And then burn some things and then the food, you can commit that back out into nature, and it's just going to help the grass grow. Okay. So I'm not telling you to do anything I'm not doing myself first. Okay. So all debtors named above have current contracts with the Moorish National Republic, federal government, and Moorish American National. And those current contracts are the treaty and the Constitution. And then I said this financing statement is also a contract. This is the contract number, which is the tracking number that I used to send this document to Washington, D.C. The terms of your contract, Microsoft, with the Moorish National Republic federal government, the Moorish American Consulate, and the Moorish American National, is that the Moorish American Nationals are to be respected as the secured first-party creditors at all times, and now the new heirs to Microsoft Corporation and all of its intellectual property and holdings. So everything that they came up with, we're the heirs to that now, not his children and all of that. We're the heirs. Contract particulars are to be discussed as soon as this notification is confirmed received by Microsoft Corporation and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And we know it's received because we did the tracking on it. That's what that tracking number is. We did the tracking. It's been received. So Xanadu 2.0 is the name that he gave to his domicile that we now are the heirs to. Is now, I renamed it in honor of the Red House, the Alhambra, at New Jerusalem. This is the Alhambra now of New Jerusalem. And I call this New Jerusalem because it is. The Red House in the Empire of the Moorish territory. The only flag that will fly at the Alhambra is the Moorish American flag, red with green 5-pointed star, and all other flags that are not Christian or European. And some of those other flags that are of us is other tribal flags and things like that. The property is to be turned over to Judge Light Tajiri Bey with the keys and codes to all of the buildings no later than October 13, 2018. Have the keys been turned over to me? I just haven't gone to get them. But again, I'm not doing anything that, I'm not telling you to do anything that I'm not doing myself. I'm in the notification process now. And I've been so busy with consulate work, I haven't had the opportunity to notify properly. But before I make a move, before I go out there, I'm going to notify everyone properly. That's the sheriff. That's anybody that somebody could call and say, hey, the Moors just went to Bill Gates' house, or Bill Gates could be at the door going, the Moors are at my door. Come get them. Why are they here? Okay, anybody that they may pick up the phone and call, that's who I'll be notifying to tell them, give them proof that he don't own the place no more. Okay? So that's where I am now, is in the process of notifying all parties involved. That's the city, that's the county, that's the governor, that's the Secretary of State, that's the sheriff, that's any policy enforcers because they're corporations, and I want them to know quickly that they don't have any claim because I don't have any contracts with them. Who else? That's anybody else that I can think of to notify, I'm going to notify them, including other Moors in the area. And then I'm going to tell the sheriff, okay, sheriff, and U.S. Marshal and Provost Marshal of the military and the National Guard on February the 29th, because 27th, because that's one of our days. 7 plus 2 is 9. So I'm going to pick a day like that. February 27th, you all are to meet me out at that house. Meet me out there, and I'm going to be retrieving the keys at that time. So you tell whoever it is that had claim on it that the keys are to be left out there. And I want you all to meet me out there so that I can take possession of it lawfully and that I'm protected. In the interest of national security, meet me out there so that we can begin utilizing that in however way we see fit so that all Moors can use it. So I don't need the place, to be honest with you. I don't need it. But I know there are some Moors who would like to use it. And, you know, when they come here, I want them to have a place to hang out and stay, do whatever. So,
that's going to be the party house.
Empress, right?
Yeah.
Where's the location of that property, that facility?
That's a great question. It's right here. If you look, let me show it to you right here.
I'm not online.
It is located. Okay, I'm going to tell you so that you can look it up on you can Google it.
Okay.
The address is 1835 73rd Avenue Northeast, Medina, Washington. MEDINA, Washington, 98039. And if you have a copy of this lien, which I haven't had the opportunity to put it on the website yet, but I'm going to do that. I have some help around here now. But if you look at, if you have a copy of this lien, because I sent copies out, on the back page of the lien is a printout of the market value. It's from Zillow. And Zillow gave some information about the property. It's 7 bedrooms and 16.5 bathrooms. It's 22,860 square feet. And the Zillow estimate on the value of it is $169 million. So $169,354,888. And they say that the rent or estimate per month is $827,000 a month, a little over that. That's if we was renting it, but we're not doing any of that. We're the heirs to it now, so it's ours. So the Moors, when they come to the consulate here, I want them to be able to fly probably by helicopter, since I like to fly helicopters, fly from there to the consulate so that we can do our business, and then they can go back and vacation and chill. That's what we're looking at. So
you got George Soros out too?
That's it.
Did you get George Soros?
They're gonna be the party house.
That's it. That is gonna be the party house. Believe that. Now, more we know this law, but we know how to party too. Believe that. Believe it.
Like, did you get George Soros too?
You know what? He hides in his address. That's the only reason I haven't got one.
I got it.
Well, take this lien and move Bill Gates' name out of the way and put his address and his name in there and get him.
Okay, because I posted it yesterday online because I was telling people to somebody showed me a picture and they said to send the migrants over to his house that he has room, he has food and lodging, and so they have the address.
And
that
stuff is not even none of his. That stuff is not even his stuff. That's our stuff.
And take it off, but I put it back on. I shared it to Twitter and LinkedIn and everything. But I saved it on my pictures. I sure will give it to you.
Yeah, and don't you give it to me, because listen, there's too much of our stuff for one person to lien. That's why I'm teaching the process. I can't lien George Soros and Bill Gates and what's his name, the Tesla owner, Elon Musk, and all these Berkshire Hathaway, and ain't but one of me.
Right.
So I mean, we need help taking back our stuff, so everybody gonna have to lien. So anybody that you know of that you see on the news that needs to be lien their homes, because they living in our property. They're living in our property, and we need to get it back.
He live at 136 Canatito Street, Katona, New York.
Good. We'll get that too.
And we got a nice little project for him to live in.
That's it.
Let's see if I can show it to you.
Islam, I got a question.
That's his address.
That's his address?
Yep.
Tito Street, Katona, New York. Oh yeah. We'll get that. We'll get that. We got that. That's all right. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Question. I'm sure that Gates have a trust also set up.
Yeah.
So how do we pierce his trust?
His trust means nothing because all land has been placed in the trust of the National Trust of the Moors.
Okay.
So his trust means absolutely nothing. I was just having that conversation with someone else earlier today because they asked me about there's a trust called I think it's the World Trust or something like that the Europeans have where they're claiming that all the world's wealth is in this one trust. Okay.
It's called the Saint Germain Trust.
You know what? That's not even the name they said before. I think it's about 5 or 6 of them that the Europeans are saying, oh, no, this trust has all the world's wealth in it. And then it's like, oh, no, that trust has all the wealth. Yeah, right. So when we did our trust, we moved everything that they were claiming out of it and put it in our trust because we have rightful claim to it. They don't. They're citizens. They're not nationals. They don't have a treaty that says that belongs to them.
Okay.
So we moved it. All of the property they were claiming is moved out of those trusts, out of every last one of them. We moved it and put it in the trust of the Moors. See, they knew that when we woke up, we would have it, that it would be that easy. We just weren't supposed to think it was that easy, so they kept trying to cloud the process and make it seem like they went through this big world organization that we have to fight our way to get the attention of this organization. We have to know how to file with this organization so that we can claim the good. We don't have to do any of that. All we had to do was wake up, create a trust, and put everything in it. So that's all they did.
Empress.
When we went to sleep, they did that, yes.
So just to be clear, are we saying, so if we now have a mortgage, I know we do the allodial on it, but are we leaning those mortgage companies also?
Yes, you want to do that because they're actually unlawful.
Okay.
Mortgage company, the bar associate,
yes,
all of these
all of that.
Lien policy enforcers, they are unconstitutional.
Every last one of them, and they know it.
Utilities also.
All unlawful.
All of it. They're using our materials of our land to charge us for their services.
That's right. And they know it.
Well,
and now that we know it,
we send that to the governor, to the utilities, right? The governor?
You send it to him and the utility companies and the sheriff and everybody else. You just like I said, the key to all of this is notify, notify, notify. And here's the good thing about that. You're not going to be the only one notifying them. And to the brother in Detroit, there are other Moors that have heard this class. They're going to be notifying these same people that you're going to be notifying. And those people aren't going to tell you that they got 55 notices in 1 week. From the Moors. They're going to make you feel like you're the only one who gave them a notice, and we know that's a lie.
Well, I'm from...
Yeah, because I get that a lot. When I present documents, they always act like they've never seen them before.
They do act like that, don't they? Don't they? I've seen that before. They do. And, in fact, there's a brother in Detroit that I spoke with not too long ago. He has like a, I want to say, 400,000 square foot warehouse out there, and they were trying to take his warehouse space. And he's in Detroit too. And as it turns out, there was a Lebanese person who was trying to put the Moor out. But when we gave him the Moorish documents, the Lebanese person knows exactly who the Moors are. I talked to him on the phone, and he was so kind and so nice, and he made sure that he didn't violate because he knew he was talking to a Moorish judge. about trying to evict one of the Moors. See, they know better than we do what our history is. They just never thought we'd wake up.
Yeah, well, I know I've been posting on Facebook a lot about it, and matter of fact, I told George Soros we about to lien his house.
Well, he know better than anybody that we're coming. He know better than anybody because he already knew the day that he started using fiat. He knew what he was trying to do. That he was trying to take our stuff, and he didn't want us to wake up. That's why they think that Donald Trump is so dangerous. Is because with what we're doing, if we had tried what we're doing today 30 years ago, every last one of us would be in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people saying he's the Antichrist because he went to judge.
He's not even. Don't give him that much credit. He ain't even that smart. George Soros is not that smart.
No, I don't mean George Soros. I mean Trump. They said Trump is Antichrist.
He's not. He's not. Trump is actually assisting by all the chaos. He's keeping them distracted while we're doing this.
Right, because they said he's a Jesuit, and since he's a Jesuit, he can be dangerous.
He's not dangerous. He knows what's going on. He's well aware. That's why he says he's a nationalist. He's trying to give us a hint. He's trying to tell us to keep going.
That's
why he's not scared to say that he's shutting down the government because he already knows the real government is stepping up. He got the memo. Believe that. He got the memo.
Right.
Believe it. We have proof that he got the memo.
Yeah,
so, we're not worried about him.
I told him, I said, shut it down.
Yeah. He's going to shut it down. It was shut down actually in 1933.
Yeah.
And actually it was shut down in 1861 when they adjourned Sine Die.
Yeah.
Shut down then. All right. So notify. That's what I have not completed that process. And we're going to complete this process very soon. And then we're going to do the demonstration so that we can come back and tell you the best way to do it, what happened when we did it, who showed up. All of it's going to be posted so that you all know how to do it, okay? I'm not doing anything that I have not, I'm not telling you to do anything that I haven't done already, okay? And so once we do finish the notification process, then I'm going to do the demonstration with the sheriff and the marshal and the National Guard and everybody, let everybody know to meet me out there at a certain time. And I'm going out there accompanied by other Moors so that we can stand our ground. And it's not going to be a standoff or anything like that because we don't have guns and stuff. It's going to be a lawful, peaceful exchange. It's not going to be filled with a bunch of emotion about this is our rights and y'all better move and all that. It doesn't have to be any of that. The energy, the ancestors are going to lead us on how to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to videotape it, and then we're going to show you all a video of us in there.
And when is this going to be? Are you going to let us know?
I'll let you know because the notifications have to be sent. We have to have proof of them, and then we have to notify the international community as well as the provost marshal, the sheriff, and the policy enforcers and everybody. Notify them that we've already sent the notifications out, and that on this date we want to be at the property and we want them to be there so that we can have a peaceful exchange. A peaceful transfer of the keys to us so that we can begin governing in that area and using that facility. But that's not even the facility that I have picked out for us. I think some of you might have seen the facility that I have picked out for the Moorish American Consulate West. It's a $65 million building. It's about maybe 5 miles from here, from the consulate, the current consulate, and we're going to also be doing a demonstration on that building as well. We've done part of the demonstration. We've liened the building, and we've also liened the city that the building is in, and we've also notified. We've started the notification process on that building. We've spoken with the security people because they need to be notified as well. We've spoken directly with them. So we're slowly and gradually notifying everybody, and it's really not slow. It's kind of quick, actually, from us coming from 0 to 60 in about 2 seconds.
And where are you located? Where are you located?
Federal Way Territory, Washington Republic.
You're in Washington, okay.
And it's the Washington far up above Oregon and California.
Oh, okay.
Next Idaho.
That Washington.
That Washington,
okay.
Not D.C. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing those demonstrations and letting you know how they go and letting you know what we did so that these can be taking place all over our land peacefully and lawfully. Okay? So the Moorish American government will begin using the property at that time. And again, I just got to finish the notification process. And once I finish the notification process and make a time for them to show up and be there, we'll videotape it and videotape how it goes and videotape them giving us the keys and everything or letting us into the domicile so that we can look around and start seeing what we're going to do with it. Anyone who obstructs, hinders, encumbers, speaks against, or resists the mandates of the affidavit will be seized by the Grand Army of the Republic, formerly known as the United States military, and detained in a jail cell indefinitely. Like Tajiri Bay, the Moorish National Republic federal government and the Moorish American Nationals are the creditors, and Microsoft Corporation, Bill and Melinda Gates, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are the debtors to the Moors. Not just to like Tajiri Bay, but to all the Moors. That means everybody on this phone call who's a declared Moor, Bill and Melinda Gates, and all of their corporation and all of that, they're debtors to you. They owe you because they've been using your resources all these years to grow their company. As with all property at North America, New Jerusalem, if at any time, and this goes for the homes and all of that stuff, and again, we're working our way through a notification process, and we're going to put that notification process in protocol form. Number 1, do this. Number 2, do that. Number 3, do this. Number 4, do that. And that's part of our research so that we can give that out to you so that you'll know how to proceed when it comes to possessing physically what we already possess on paper. Okay? And that's what we're working on with these lien classes, and all that we're doing is how to physically possess, because possession is 9/10 of the law. How to physically possess what's already ours. We made major headway December 12, 2018. Major headway. Everything that we put in the trust, which is all land and all natural resources, and we even put the Negro, black, colored, and African American in the trust so that they can't continue to be violated. We put all of that in the trust, and when it was filed, the Service Corporation made itself first grantor. So all of the land that was taken, that we granted to them in 1861 was granted back, even though we didn't need them to do that. They did it anyway, and that's just kind of like a head nod in our direction to say, okay, sure, go ahead and do whatever you were doing anyway. So,
it's like, besides the liening process and gaining access to property, where are we in regards to having them actually start finding means of paying us for the resources and all that they have established their corporations throughout the years?
They're not going to pay us until we bring the national currency onto the land, which we're working on right now. And that's just a matter of the competent declaration. The national currency is already printed. We just have to say, okay, everyone, we give permission to distribute, and then we have to tell them competently how they're to distribute it, and we have to put an organized body in place so that they can distribute it to that organized body, which was actually supposed to be the temple. And that organized, and all the Moors should already be familiar with that organized body so that they know how to get in touch with the organized body and say, hey, I'm a declared Moor. the distribution, you know, I'm one of the recipients of the distribution. When do I get my distribution? And we say, okay, everybody who's this or this, your distributions will be available to you from this date to this date. So we basically kind of sort of have the system already worked out. In fact, it is already worked out on our end. We just have to coordinate it with them. And that's what we're in the process of doing.
Since it's not fiat, then it's going to be gold or silver?
It's going to be either gold or silver. It's going to be currency backed by gold and silver.
Okay.
Okay. Was there another question?
Can you go over what Allah means again? You said arms, legs, and what else did you say? I missed the other part.
Arm, leg, leg.
Arm, leg, leg.
Arm, head.
Arm, head. Okay.
That is Allah.
Okay, so we're not really praising Allah, right? I mean, we are
Allah.
So we are
Allah.
Okay, because I've been saying Ahaya, you know, who's the Most High, is the Most High, and Ashaya, Messiah. So that's why I wanted to get an understanding with Allah, because Allah means something different in the Nation of Islam.
Right. That's a hypothecation of the real Allah. As long as they can keep you looking out there somewhere for God, you won't ever know that God is you. You'll never know that. So we don't have to look out there because we are Allah.
Okay.
The Bible even says ye are gods, and the Bible is based on the Septuagint, which was written by our ancestors. So that's that clarification.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Sure. Okay, we're wrapping it up now. So they're the debtors, we're the creditors. Now, this part right here is important. As with all property at North America, if at any time a Moor should mail, deliver, hand, send, or state a notification to the residents of any foreigner, European or immigrant, stating that you're to vacate the premises, and they have a copy of the treaty and a copy of the Moorish American notice of existence and the declaration of trust and all of that, then you are to vacate the premises at once without question or hesitation. Now, I put that in the lien, but again, we're going to do that with proper notification to all parties involved. So we don't do that right now, and we're going to do the study and lab work so that we can show you how to do it, okay? So that's what this is all about. The Moorish National Republic federal government will provide remedy to the people that we put out. We're going to tell them those projects that you all were building for us, you can have them. If they were good enough for us, they're good enough for you. So
now y'all can live on MLK Street.
You can live on MLK Street and give honor to him by living right on over there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. So we remain in honor and governing accordingly. That means we're not, even after all you did, when we put you out of these big, gigantic domiciles, we're not even going to make you live under a bridge. What we're going to do is we're going to provide you with a roof over your head like you did us. So we want to be in honor by giving you remedy. We can, and if you decide that you don't want to follow the Constitution and the treaty, then you can get on a boat and go back where you came from, and we don't even know where that is because you're not indigenous to anywhere. So all utilities and living services at the Alhambra are at no charge to the Moorish American nationals. So you're not going to be able to use taxes and utilities and things like that to try and retake it, because we don't play that stuff, because it's ours in the first place. And only gold and silver are to be used as currency in payment of debt. Fiat currency, Federal Reserve debt notes, are outlawed forever. And believe it or not, they've been outlawed here, not just from the beginning, but they were actually put into law as unlawful here on this land in 2013. Of course, they buried that ruling and that law. They buried it real quick. It's hard to find it. Number 5, collateral is held in a trust. So all collateral, when you lien, it has to go from their trust to our trust. And that's what this is all about. That's why the declaration of trust is to accompany your lien. If you've done liens and didn't put the declaration of trust, it's okay, because it's retroactive. We have the trust already set up now. 6A, check only if applicable and check only one box. We don't check either one of those. We check debtor is a transmitting utility. 6B, it's not an agricultural lien and it's not a non-UCC filing. This is a UCC-1 financing statement. We want our money. Alternative designation, none of those. We are first-party creditors, okay? None of this. Alternative designation, lessor, lessee, consignee, consignor, seller, buyer, bailor, bailor, licensee, licensor. We're none of that. We already said up top we're first-party creditors. And then last but not least, optional filer reference data. The governing principle does extend, and I just put this in here as optional information just so that they know. The governing principle does extend to the League of Nations American Mandate for the Land, held in Geneva, Switzerland, 1948. The United Nations American Mandate for the Land, held in the United Nations Trustee System, and the Amendment 13, with its 20 sections of the Constitution for the United States of America, ratified November 18, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states. So in Congress, they clouded this ratification and made it seem like it did not pass. That's why they got those 2 on their fake Constitution. They only have 2, the first 2 sections of that amendment, because they clouded it on purpose. But what they did not tell you is that, and it holds true today, if Congress does something and the people don't like it, the people can vote on it and ratify it. And that's actually what happened on November 18th, 1865. The people voted on it. 3/4 of the several states voted on it, and it was ratified. So it was properly ratified, whereas the 14th Amendment was not properly ratified. So it does not even apply to us. That's why we say we're not Negro, Black, Colored, and African American, because that does not apply to us.
I want to hear you. Hush. I just want to say,
Okay. We, the Moors at North America, are the executors, administrators, creditors, claimants, and beneficiaries of all land and resources in the Western Hemisphere, and all land as mandated by our ancient ancestors. So we talk about the Western Hemisphere because all of that is ours, but also all land mandated by our ancient ancestors, because, believe it or not, we are the heirs to all land on earth, and land that's not on earth, believe it or not. But the treaties that we've been allowed to see as a nation, some of us have seen the other treaties. We own the sun and the moon and everything else. We're heirs to all of that. So we went ahead and put all land as mandated by our ancient ancestors. Are there any questions? That's the end of the lien process. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you for that.
This is make or obey. Okay, so when I create my trust, I create it underneath the Declaration Trust, the Moorish Declaration Trust, as an umbrella.
You can connect it to the Moorish National Republic Federal Government Trust. And when you connect it to that trust, whether you connect it or not, you're covered. But when you connect it to that trust, anything that applies to that trust applies to yours unequivocally, and you have proof that it applies because you've connected your trust to it simply by mentioning the Moorish National Republic Federal Government Trust. Now, if your trust is talking about fiat, don't do it. But if your trust is talking about your property and what's rightfully yours, allodially and by ancient birthright and bloodline, then definitely do it. But we don't do fiat at the Moorish American Consulate. Any fiat that comes to us with regard to like car ID cards and things like that, and for supplies and stuff and donations that come in, we take those under our nom de guerre. We don't. The consulate doesn't accept it, nor does the government, because we are bringing the national currency onto the land, and we don't want it tainted with not even $1 worth of fiat. We remain allodial at all times. Okay. Islam.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You're welcome. Thank you for asking.
We're getting driver's license and tags. What about insurance? How is that taken care of?
We're not getting driver's license because we don't need them. We have travel cards.
Okay.
We have, and we just recently implemented the right to travel documents. Those right to travel documents tie you to the trust. We do have tags that are going to be issued as well with the Moorish American Consulate, and it will have your MAC number on it. So it is a personalized tag for your private conveyance. We have a notification process that all Moors are doing. That notification process means sending those documents along with the declaration of trust to the DMV, to the policy enforcers, to the sheriffs, to the state troopers, to the Secretary of State, to the, I believe that's it, those 5 locations.
Okay, I have a question when you finish.
Go ahead.
The MAC numbers that would be placed on the vehicles as our plate numbers, isn't that same?
Yes.
Isn't that same MAC number utilized as a number that will also trickle into the trust?
Yes.
Anything you put in it. So isn't that more a confidential number than anything else?
It's not a confidential number, and the reason it's not is because they already know everything about us. See, they put that confidential stuff in our heads, and then they went around the whole earth selling everything that they gave us. Social Security numbers have been bundled up and sold. Those nom de guerres have been bundled up and sold. All of our property has been bundled up and sold. They've kept nothing secret. All they wanted was for us not to talk to one another about them. Because once we started doing what we're doing now, that's where they're in trouble. Because now we know that they told us, shh, be quiet, don't tell everybody you're social. But then they went and sold it. That's why they don't want you to tell people about it. Because when you go to that GMEI utility website and you see how many corporations and family trusts overseas are using your social, it's not a secret.
Right.
And the MAC numbers and things like that, everything that we say and do, everything that goes through the mail, do you think they know about it? They do. When you have us who are worth trillions, and we can prove now with the GMEI utility website that we're worth trillions to the world, but not just that. There are many other things that tell us we're worth trillions. They are all in our homes. These TVs right here, smart TVs have cameras in them. They're looking at those. The cell phones have cameras. They're not one-way cameras. They're two-way. They can see everything we do, everything we say. And unless you go live in the mountains somewhere, and they can even see you out there because of the satellite, everything we do is watched. It's not a secret because guess what? They're trying to protect their investment. That's why you're not hearing about someone declaring themselves a Moorish American national turning up dead, shot, or something like that. There's only been one more in the 30 years that I've heard of all of this, two Moors who were declared Moors, and they were absolutely vindicated. Their families were handsomely rewarded because their death is, you can't kill somebody who's holding up the economy of the earth.
Someone asked me, I had a conversation about that with someone on Facebook. They said, well, how do you know that you won't get snatched up from by the lead or the police or whoever. And I told him, I said, well, you have to do your research and first of all, have you declared your nationality? Are you black, Negro, or are you African American? And so I told him that all of that is going to depend on whether you get snatched up or not.
Well, they snatch us up because they snatched me up last year. But by the time you tell them who you are and you stand on your square, they'll let you go.
Oh,
and in fact, now they're letting Moors go within hours in many cases, or at least within the first 3 days when we step up and say, that's a Moor. They're covered under this trust. And in fact, one of our Moors was taken the other day, and she's been very vocal on Facebook. They took her, we put in the paperwork, they took her on Friday, what's today? Today's Saturday. They took her on Thursday, and she was out Friday. And she actually just sent me a text message wanting me to call her because I did the extraction through one of the other sisters. I gave her I commissioned her as consul and sent her all the paperwork. She put it on the record. And let me tell you, the clerk of the court looked at the case, and I know the clerk of the court was probably saying, I don't know why I'm saying this, but this is what the judges did wrong. This is a conflict of interest, what they're doing. And through her statements being used, they've had to release the Moor because there's documented proof that the Moor is who she said she is.
Islam, I'm right here on the call, Brandy Bay.
Brandy! Yes. She just texted me.
Did they try to arrest her or what? Brandy? Did they try to arrest you or something for no license or something?
No, she was actually detained. I did an extraction on her. She was detained in Monroe County Jail. They had her on a warrant and picked her up when she was with her son. And I contacted Sharon and Light, and Light gave me the information, the documents that I needed to do and how to proceed. And I went ahead with my demonstration.
Brandy kicked ass.
Congratulations.
Is that Monroe? What Monroe County is that? That's not Michigan, is it? Monroe County in Michigan?
The Rochester Territory, New York Republic.
Islam.
Exciting. I'm excited about that because they're starting to move a lot quicker where our extractions are concerned because we're making so much noise. There's so many Moors that are demonstrating. And listen, when they see that this letterhead and these signs and seals right here, when they start seeing that stuff on the paperwork and this letterhead right here, they're starting to move quickly.
Islam, and I just wanted to say, this was my first demonstration for myself in doing anything in the process of being a declared Moorish American national. So for me, it was very empowering to go through that demonstration and see the reaction myself, see how she started to be admitting the fraud and what was going on and everything of that nature, and how they were responding and the things that were going on. It was like, okay, this is real. This is reality because this is I'm casting these spells and they doing what they're supposed to do.
Islam.
That's a demonstration as well. Unity. Sister, without unity, she would not have been able to extract herself. So Islam to unity too, man.
Well, Islam. You know what? I'll have to say, Ansel, that's very true. When they detained me last year, I did a lot of the talking. As long as we stand on our square, we can get out of there. But Chalet Moore sent some paperwork on my behalf, and it was actually just a habeas corpus that he sent. We didn't have all the stuff in place that we have in place right now. And that they put it on the record, but they didn't want to put it on the record because they were saying, oh, it's not signed by this judge and that person and blah, blah, blah. But I stayed on my square long enough to get me out of there, and now we're able to put some processes in place so that all we have to do is put that paperwork on the record, and then they see the paperwork. They know that it's us because they're getting it all over this land. And when they see that paperwork coming, they already know, okay, this is legitimate. We got to let them go. Okay. So sometimes they'll make up excuses. They'll say, oh, well, you know, you have to pay bail to get out or whatever. Just like they told me that. They told me that the second day. First they dismissed the charge, and then they said, okay, we put 2 more charges on here, and we want $5,000 in bail. And they wanted that in cash. I was like, nope. I'll sit right in here, and y'all don't have to deal with me. So I stayed in there almost a month.
Islam.
Wow.
Almost a month. Damn. And they took me back and forth to the court. And listen, the court was in the back of the jail. They didn't even have sense enough to take me out and take me downtown to a big fancy court building. They took me to a little closet in the back of the jail, and I was a little bit scared because I'm thinking to myself, they could chop my head off back here and say I tried to resist. I don't know. But
I'll commit suicide like Hillary Clinton be done.
Yeah, see, but here's the thing. For some reason, when I was standing on my square in there, they would not violate. They wouldn't even proceed with the trial. They took me back and forth to court 6 times. And the first 5 times, they tried to get an attorney to represent me. When the first one couldn't do it, they first had an Albion lady, and I kept telling her to be quiet because she doesn't represent me. So she finally got tired of me being smart with her, and I wasn't supposed to be smart. I was actually supposed to be, cool. But I was only 5 months old in terms of Moorishness at the time. So I told her she didn't represent me, and then they brought out the big guns when they bring out the Albion men with the suits on, because we're supposed to be scared of them. They brought out this guy that was about 6'4", 6'5", something like that. He was really tall, Albion man, and he wore suits. Whereas everybody else was casual back there, he wore a suit. And he started talking trash, and I told him, you got to be quiet, too, because you don't represent me either. No one represents the Moors. And I was actually yelling at him, you will never represent me. I present myself. So then they sent me out again, and they did that a few times. They changed judges 3 times, and I've never seen judges look scared, but they looked scared. They would not proceed, and finally, the last time they took me to court, in that same little room, there was no attorney sitting there trying to fake like they represented me because I guess I scared them all off. And the judge asked the judge, and that's in all capital letters, the fake ones, asked some questions. I answered those questions according to the things that we say. And then she said, okay, we'll let you go. And not one dime have I given them. Not one dime. Not one. And they have not bothered me since then.
Wow.
Not one. We got to stand on our squares. And as long as we stand on our squares, they're going to make up all types of reasons why they let you go. Oh, you got to find something. I didn't find anything going in. Didn't find anything coming out. I put my name on a piece of paper. The piece of paper wasn't a bond or anything like that. But she said, She did it under threat to arrest the court. She said, if you find something, anything, we need your signature on something. So I had a piece of paper that had City of Federal Way versus, and they had Pauline Denise Ritchie, which is the nom de guerre, in all capital letters, a.k.a. like Tajiri Bay, and they had capitalized my name. I said, oh, I'm gonna lien y'all for that. I'm gonna lien you for that. You can't do that. So that's not who I am either. That's an all-caps name. I'm not warring against you. No, you don't get to do that. And I did lien them, and now the police station, their downtown building is up for sale. I was not playing with them. They were not getting away with that. And I posted the building for sale on Facebook. I said, anybody want to buy a police station? Don't play with the Moors. I'm telling you, don't play with the Moors. We're not playing. We're serious.
I love it.
So, Brandy, I mean, you know, I love some strong inferences. We got so many of them just coming out the woodwork. So I love it. I love it.
I have a question. With regard to you put the notification up. Does anybody want to buy the police station? Whoever bought that police station has to be a Moor. Am I correct?
They're not even going to buy it. They can have it. Actually, I don't need a police station. I think we'll save it for the police. They can't buy it because I linked it.
Wait a minute. My question is, you put it out there and anybody can respond to it. Is that correct?
They can respond to it, but they have to pay us $100 million per Moorish American national to get it.
Okay.
So all of you all would have to hold on for a minute.
Go ahead.
She didn't mute her. Somebody dropped off.
Dan, did they drop her off?
I think
they're notorious for this.
I think she's coming back.
Yeah, I think
she said,
she's
hold
reading
on.
something.
She burned the line up.
She said, hold on.
Yeah.
If anybody got Facebook, doesn't, never seen it, I will share what she posted. And yes, it is up for sale.
Yeah, post it on the Consulate side. I would like to see that.
Yeah, I would love to see it as well.
Yeah, me too.
Can y'all hear me? Are you gonna post it on the Consulate site?
Yeah, post it on the Consulate site.
How to.
Call back in.
I specifically, Jakeem Bey specifically doesn't know how to do that, but
Empress,
if anybody got a Facebook,
if you want to send it to me,
Well, do a search for Moorish consulates, because there's one for each territory. Just get an invite for the group, and that way you can post it from those groups.
So L Moore, EL, and then MOOR. Are you there?
Is Empress back on?
Okay, ELMOOR. Is that your
okay,
email?
This is, actually it's JQ.
What is it?
Is
JQ.
You must have burnt up the line. They cut you off.
87.
I missed. I didn't get any of that.
Okay. If any of you have Facebook, I will post it in the Moorish Consulate groups.
Oh, okay.
Check out the
What
groups.
is it? What is it that you're posting?
The police department that you mean.
Oh, yeah.
As your proof.
Yes.
You're burning up the lines again, like.
You know, as soon as we start talking about the stuff we're doing, they're like, oh, no, they're putting that on the record.
No, ain't having it.
Right. So they disconnect us.
So, do I understand you to be sick?
When you said we own the sun, I got cut off.
Yes, they do that.
Empress Light, do I understand you to be saying that had someone paid that $100 million or whatever the amount you had on that building, is that money would have gone into an account and then all of the Moors would have benefited by that? Is that the concept?
Yeah. Each one of you has to get $100 million. Each one of you before they can sell the building.
All the Moors, and that's gold-backed currency.
That's in gold-backed currency. Each one of you, $100 million. That's how we roll, because we're a gang of Moors, so it's everybody.
Do we have
you got to pay everybody?
Do we have to create a bond or something, or we just deal with the trust?
No, just a trust.
The trust, because bonds. If you do your research on the bonds are debt instruments.
Okay. I meant you remember I was asking you about you have to have tags and all this and insurance. How would you pay for insurance if you're trying to get away from that?
We do create a bond for that, but the bond is based on anything that they might owe us. So it creates a debt for them. And we do that to the tune of, say, $100 million per incident. So if they step on your toe, they got to give you $100 million, and that's what's on the bond. The bond also covers us, so that if we go out and we pull out in front of Elizabeth, the citizen, and the citizen's car is wrecked and it's our fault, the bond covers us also, so that she can get her a new vehicle and any hospitalization that she needs and all that kind of stuff. But her issue is going to be, even though it's our fault, if something happens to us and the economies of the world crash because you were in the way, you got a problem. So you really kind of want to just let the Moors pay off what it is they need to pay off and make sure that you're comfortable, because we're going to take care of you. We're going to provide remedy, but make sure that we're okay, because that's really what counts.
Yeah, because I know you said you're not supposed to mix public with private, and if we getting tags and stuff from the Moors and we have our identification, I'll still be having the public side with the insurance while traveling.
The insurance, yeah, we create our own insurance by if you're worth $7 trillion, and that's a low number, because again, all of the in-ground assets, the oil, the gold, the quartz, the copper, the silver, all of that stuff belongs to us. We're heirs to all of that. So our value is attached to that also.
So how would you implement that?
So we create it's a piece of paper. It's a piece of paper, and it's a bond that has our free national name, and we're working through those processes right now. So keep your insurance until we work through that process so that we can remain allodial when we do it.
Okay. All right.
That's the key.
Okay.
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 So do we have a date or a deadline or something that we're working on with regard to that, or an expected date?
Here's the thing. You all are supposed to be working on finding those solutions also, and then we come together and share our information. It's not just us that you're looking to lead you anywhere. We lead processes. Yes, we do lead processes, but we don't lead people. And again, there are more on this call right now who are experts in those areas, or who have come across in their studies some information that might help. That's why we're talking more often now, so that we can share that information, and then we can develop things that all of us can use. The right to travel was a group effort. We've gotten so much information on how to execute the right to travel that now we have a protocol that the Service Corporation cannot deny. So we're doing the same thing with the insurance piece also.
Okay, so in order for us to be of more assistance to you, I'm trying to find out what it is that we would need to do as Moors in order to help you with that piece when it comes to insurance.
Oh, yes. Okay. Keep demonstrating your nationality in all that you do. That's how you help. Because the energy around each demonstration that you do, even if you just tell somebody at the coffee shop that you're a Moorish American national because they asked your name or whatever, those demonstrations are adding to the energy that brings the answers. There's so many more that are demonstrating. That's how come our extractions are working quickly. Because we've given the energy and the velocity and the speed and the precision is getting more and more with each demonstration that is done by any Moors. So what you can do to help those answers come quickly is keep generating energy around the nationality piece.
I got that.
I got that too, because I got social media locked up.
Good.
I got it.
Great. We need that. We need that from all Moors. If you're a Moor and you have just one or two sentences that you can say, you can go on Facebook Live for 2 seconds and talk about Moorishness or something you discovered to get a conversation going about Moorish nationality. Do that. Do it.
I
or post
that.
a post.
I received
yes.
that.
Yes, do that, because there's energy that comes with every word we say that's going to touch somebody else's chakra.
Right. Right.
Okay? And then that'll be another more that's demonstrating, and another 10 more, and another 30, and another 50, and 100. You all have come because more have been demonstrating like that. It's incumbent upon us to continue that trend. That's where the answers come from.
Well, every time
I have a lot of people who are getting to me as far as wanting to accept them as a friend on and who are Moors, and I am so overwhelmed. I'm like, it's never ending. I can't finish it all, and so I do what I can, and you know because I don't want to accept everybody, because I don't know who all these everybody is not always who they claim to be. So the ones who have like 65 or more, or 55 or 45 more friends, I usually put them in there. But if they have like one friend or something, I usually kind of don't. But I kind of look through their friend list before I do.
Well, it's totally up to you how you do that. Like I said, in 2 weeks, I went from 600 and something friends to 5,000 friends. And here's the thing. A couple of those people were agents, and they came on to discourage what I was doing. And even when I told them I had been kidnapped, they was like, see, I told you that was what was going to happen. Yeah, you told me that was what was going to happen, but let me tell you the outcome of it. And when I told them the outcome of it, they disappeared. And they went off my page.
Yeah.
So your demonstration will weed out the people the agents.
Yeah.
And some of them don't know they're agents. They really think that, they're really scared. You know?
Right. They're really cowards.
The negative
they're
ones,
really scared.
The negative ones, I usually take them off immediately. I don't play with them, But
that's up to you.
Most of them I do accept as friends.
Yeah. Where I'm concerned, I want to hear the dissenters, because I'm kind of like Barack Obama in that area. I want to hear the dissenters. I want to hear why they think Moorish science is whatever they think of it, or I want to hear them, because there's not a single one that I've heard that I could not rebut lawfully. And after a while, if you rebut them lawfully, if they're an agent, they'll just be like, oh, well, F you, after you rebut them lawfully so many times and you mention the treaty and the Constitution so many times, they'll stop. And then some of them, some of them are working against the movement, but we don't care about them, because some of them start out working against the movement, but if you show them some love, they'll stop.
Well, I posted my ID on Facebook, and a lady, she said, oh, I thought that was the U.S. government because I saw the pyramid on there, and I said, yes, it is the Moorish government. And she said, I saw Allah. I said, yes, it is the Moorish government. And I just left it at that. I said, no, it's not the United States government.
Yeah. Islam. Yes.
The only thing that I'm finding, it's like after a while you kind of like, you can weed out all the agents and stuff. The only thing that concerns me is that I know that there's one genuine out there. However, she always says part and partial. And it really distresses me, and it's a dangerous thing because it causes really a lot of problems for people.
You know what? If people will let one word keep them from their freedom, they don't deserve freedom.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like I said, the only thing that disturbs me is that people like that bring other people underneath them and continue to say that, and even when you try to correct them, they're adamant, it's like, and
then don't try to correct them. Just leave them.
Those are the ones I'm concerned about.
They're just, we're not going to convince everyone the service corporation will convince them. By the time they get through being detained and can't get out of there unless they declare their nationality, they'll stop doing all that foolishness. They will. Islam.
Islam, Moorish, and peace out.
Yes, we'll bring it to a close here. Thank you all so much. I know it was a bit long, and that's just how we do. We're just now getting to know each other, so it is taking us a little while to get up to speed, but we're willing to do the work to do it. I love each and every one of y'all. Thank you for coming. Brandy, high honors, girl. High honors, Empress.
I appreciate y'all taking the time with me.
Yes, Islam. And we'll be there'll be more classes announced. In fact, we're going to do that question and answer on Wednesday. I talked with Sharon Tracy Gale Bay yesterday and today, and she said that she's going to be there as well to help answer questions that we might have on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the question and answer, and then we'll have another one on Saturday at, I believe, 6 p.m.
And Islam, if anybody isn't aware, Sharon Tracy Gale Bay had a video out for right to travel today.
Yes, the right to travel did go out today, so go to Sharon Tracy Gale Bay's page, and also I'll be sending those same documents to everybody that's on the list, on the email list.
Yeah, Empress Light. Empress Light.
Can you hear me?
My email is on the chat room. Don't forget me.
Okay, we won't. Oh, wow. I can hear you. There was someone else saying, "Can you hear me?" I can hear you.
Okay, right. I've been here on the call the whole time, but I didn't seem like you could hear me anytime. I was trying to say something. This is Avia. I wanted to ask you, what did they kidnap you for?
I have Moorish tags on my conveyance. However, those Moorish tags are not the ones that are being issued by the consulate. They're ones that I made up myself before we established all that we've established now. They pulled me over for that, but they never once mentioned that in the paperwork. Never once mentioned the tag. They just used that as an excuse. And then when he asked me to roll down my window, I did it. And when he asked me for ID, I gave him my Moorish American ID. And as soon as I handed him the ID, he had this look on his face like, okay, I got her because she acquiesced and gave me her ID. And from there, he asked me to step out of the car, and I was giving him jurisdiction by doing that instead of telling him that I don't have to do anything you say unless you're threatening my life. You know, if you're threatening bodily harm to me, then I'll do whatever you say. But if you're not threatening bodily harm, I'm not going to do anything you say because I don't have any contracts with you.
Okay.
So,
got it.
but I didn't know that at the time. That was last year. I did not know at the time. I had only been away five months at that time. But the Spirit meant for me to go through that so that I could see the power in what we're doing.
Right.
Hey, that's our fiat anyway. Okay. I wanted to tell you, too, I know we spoke a while back about the plates. I have plates on mine. I have Moorish plates on mine, and we're having, success with it. But what I discovered is that, that group didn't want to, give it out unless you went there. But what I discovered is I can give it to anybody.
Of course you can. We're sovereign gods on our own land. We can do whatever we want.
Exactly.
We just, as long as we use certain protocols and we move as a group, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
So that's what the right to travel is all about. Islam, everybody.
Okay.
Peace and love.
All right. Peace and love.
And we'll see you all on Wednesday and Saturday.
Okay.
And Thursday. Okay. Don't forget the Thursday call.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
What time Thursday?
Wednesday. It's like
Thursday we have the group call. That's Chalet Moore's call, where we give an update on the Moorish American Consulate and our nation and what's going on. Okay.
Same number.
It is the Thursday call phone number is 615. Just a moment. Let me go to Chalet Moore's email. Oh, in fact, I have it right here on my phone. Hang on just a second.
And what time on Thursday?
It's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And let me give you the number and the access code. Okay, hang for just a second.
Is this for Wednesday or Thursday?
This is for Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday call will be this same number.
Okay.
That you're on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be doing, myself and Sharon Tracy Dale Bay will be doing the Wednesday call. It'll be at this number that you called today. And then the number for Shalay Moore's call on Thursday is the following. Just a second. Oh, I know where it is. Here it is. Okay. That number is 605-472-5472. The number for Thursday's call is 605-472-5472. The access code is 456998. And I'll put that in. I'll put that in the chat too. I'll put it in the chat. Let me put it in the chat. 54.
Okay. And what about Saturday?
It's going to be this number that you called today.
Okay. All right.
At 6 p.m. Eastern on Saturday?
Huh?
6 p.m. on Saturday?
Yeah, 6 p.m. on Saturday and 7 p.m. on Wednesday.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You're welcome. Islam family, take good care. Keep the demonstrations coming, and let's keep the love coming too.
Islam.
It's like, could you check the two I sent in there? About them?
Huh?
Links that I put in the chat group, the chat session.
I can't hear you, Ansel.
I was asking if you could please kindly check the two links I sent in the chat, and then tell me what you think about them, in regards to what we can use from them or so.
I'll take a look at it when I can. I'll take a look at it when I can. But we already have the right to travel stuff that's already been put together by the judiciary.
I mean, in regards to getting possession.
Yeah, you're talking about possession of the vehicles, of the conveyances, right?
Yes.
Okay, put something together based on what you've seen.
Okay, cool. I could do that.
Put something together and then present it to us.
All right, cool. I'll do that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ansel. We appreciate it. We need it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you tell us where we get our license plates?
The license plates are available through Amir, through Darren Hatfield L, Consul Darren Hatfield L. Any of the Moorish American Consulate post heads on the website except me. Amir is going to be doing them for the West Coast. Amir Hassan L.
Amir is in the Moorish Consulate group?
Yes.
Okay.
Amir Hassan L. And let me put his name there. He is, I believe, on the website too. He should be on the website too. Okay. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Sharice Imhotep Ali, are you still on the call?
Peace and love.
Sharice G.E. Imhotep Ali. Are you still here?
Peace and love.
Hotep. I see you put something about nice view of Seattle Lake. What is that? Is that where you are? Is that where you are? Are you where there's a nice view of Seattle Lake? I see something there that says Seattle Lake.
He said the house you mentioned. I guess it's Bill Gates' home.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Yes, it does. It actually is sitting right on Seattle Lake. That is that's Moorish property now. So we're going to probably be like in the summer of next year. We'll be inviting everybody over. So we can throw a little. Yeah. We expect to be in possession by probably June, July time frame for sure.
Nice.
Yeah. So we'll definitely announce it everywhere so that everybody can come. All right. Peace and love, everybody.